Okay, so it's a bit of a mess having to check in that score and having to, make sure that your internet is actually sufficient enough. And I say this because I'm not going to be able to cover my internet bill, live on my rent, the price of food, and provisions, as Odysseus men would call it. I'm talking British because I just saw Pinocchio Unstrung. This movie was made in the UK. I'm not that familiar with a lot of these artsy-fartsy like movies, but Pinocchio Unstrung was just about as gory as you can imagine. This is not a review. If you look at the Rotten Tomatoes score, and I will happily rate this film, I found it mid, maybe even a little less. The little dog named Pinocchio embarks on a violent crusade to carve itself into a real boy, one piece at a time. And you can make that of what you will, so it's accent. I better practice it if I'm going to portray these British characters in the voice acting. But you can see that this movie is very artsy-fartsy. It's not mainstream like the Odyssey or like the upcoming Dune Part 3 or Avengers, Doomsday. But, the critical response is the template below is being considered for deletion. The template below, Rotten Tomatoes Pros, I'm looking at the other screen, the very screen that you see in the live stream now, is being considered for deletion. See, templates for discussion to help reach a consensus. On the review aggregator Rotten Tomatoes, 82 out of 17 critic reviews are positive, with an average of 6.1 out of 10. Metacritic, which I've heard through other YouTubers, by watching the reviews, such as the Baldwin, he said Metacritic is not good. Which uses a weighted average, assigning the film a score of 67 out of 10 based on 3 critics, indicating generally favorable reviews. First of all, 67 out of 100, if you look at it like kind of like your grade, your high school grade or college grade, that's a D, maybe a D minus. But it's only based on 3 critics, so that's not much to go by. 17 critics is not much to go by. If we actually look at the score here, add to my watch list, as I said, it doesn't even have an audience score yet because it's just now come out. 79%. Now, if I look at the release date is basically today. Of course, it's always released older. In the United Kingdom, it got released in the United Kingdom today. So we'll see over the weekend how it is. For Saturday, here in Pacific Standard Time in San Francisco, California. Hello, my name is Mikey. You can just call me Michael. My channel, as you can see, if I can just open my channel real quick. Oh, some cool stuff from that mall, okay. Let's see. Here's my channel. Is that my channel? That is not my channel. I can't really live stream a lot of these without getting a copyright. I found them very different and various and very interesting with what people have to say, because there's different takes on it. So here's my channel. Here's my channel. Because that's my name. Mine is Mikey. I've been wanting to call myself Mikey D. Luffy. From One Piece. Mikey D. Luffy. I just wear this, but I can't do the headphones. Very difficult. Rather difficult. Unless I wear earbuds, of course. Still gotta catch up on that. The Netflix series One Piece. Anyway, so I'll show you my channel briefly. I do some reactions. I don't have any views. I'm not that popular. I don't know why. I got some shorts. My shorts do better than anything else. I just did one for Pinocchio's and got 9 out of anything, 12, 36. Wow, I'm not that very popular tonight. It's been a while since I've made any views. 1,000 views from this. Apparently people like my food here. But why? I'm live right now. No videos, no products. I'm streaming it here. 10 views on that. I'm getting very small views. But I like to do this anyway, because it kind of lets me vent. And what do I like to vent about? Well, there are some rather fake people on the internet. It's really the web when you think about it. These people, they're called grifters. They're not just grifters. They're people who, they love to hate on cinema, on films, but only certain ones, because they have a reputation, if you will. They have a reputation to uphold. To me, they're just douchebags that need to get a life. They're just incels, I guess. I don't even like using that word, by the way. If you see me lean over to my mic, I'm just trying to make sure I'm loud enough. And I don't have my mic blocking the screen. I'll also be getting it doing my live stream just to sit here, you know. But anyway, what am I talking about? As you can see, I've got a playlist. Reviews, of course, reviewing the Odyssey. Let's see, I think got its release date. Let's look at it. Go ahead and look at that Rotten Tomatoes. I still have yet to review it on that. It was released last week, right? Yeah, last week. So we're going into the second week. And I wanted to show you. I'm just going to look at the Odyssey. This is John 16, San Francisco. By the way, I'm going to show you the show times for IMAX. I'm going to ruminate Dr. 2. Fell down. Let's get to it. Oh, down where the plums are saying something. Oh, right. This is for later today. 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. Looks like every 4 hours. Check the weather. 4 hours. You can see they're about 4, right? This is compared to like what the cinema we're not feeling it. Nobody wants to see it in weather. DVDs. Actually, you know what? That's a fucking wrong. And what's really going to show better on 16? Okay, so if you see IMAX here, one available seats, wheelchair seats, actual wheelchair seats. That's what you did. Selecting a spot you are not to it's not space. The assistant companions to your extra space, basically for the companion. But if you're not occupying a guest in a wheelchair, or do not have any disability that requires you to use the seat, you will be asked to move to accommodate guests. So this resolved. And we can't go into a very beginning scene. And the only seat I can see that's not that is seat 22. That's the 6 a.m. I'm not going to get that. I don't know how much it costs. I'm just going to say okay, so we got a 2 o'clock p.m. Only one seat, which is space. Okay, you see how busy it is. It's up for I'm going to two wheelchair spaces. Then we got 10 o'clock. Literally only one spot that is not virtual. 8-6. So I would not be seeing it on Saturday. If I do see it, I can see it at 7 o'clock in the morning, just 6 hours from now, at D11 in Dolby Cinema. Don't want to see it, it's too long. It's too long, man. How many playlists do I have? I got one available because as you can see, oh, it's gotta refresh when we do this file. Oh, it is. So I'm stopping on Canelo. I got this on the 26th. I got 2 more spots left. I got a ticket for the Avengers Doomsday. For December the 18th. In just 4 months. At 10:15. And that is going to be a Dolby Cinema because I know I'm playing Dolby Cinema. Yep, Dolby Cinema. But it's our Infinity Vision. Right. So, anyway, so looking back at the album. It was 11 o'clock. Let's see. The album from Odyssey. The Odyssey. C9. It is 10 o'clock in the night. You see it costs $24.79. Not gonna do that. Anyway, about $30 on those. 4 p.m. C9. That's 9, 8, 7, 6, or 6 or 9. Last time I saw it, let me look at my history. Right? This movie for Private Hero is actually good. I'm just going to open a video book. Seen it over 3 times. 17 something see that's the movie itself, not the ticket. You know, that's just the point. This is just a random live show. You don't have to watch a lot before you get. You know about 9 p.m. on Monday, this last Monday, I saw it in Outro 12. 2D. That's it. This one, July 18th, last Saturday, from 16, in 15. That's IMAX. I got lucky. Everything else was booked. Dolby, it's 16. So I saw it in Dolby first, then I saw it in IMAX, then I saw it in regular 2D. No one can do it. So that's it. For Doomsday, yes, I'll show you the bit one. Okay. That's 16, 17. So I wouldn't know what you're. That was already true. Anyway, so As we check the seats, we get an understanding of how popular it is. Tickets are being sold not so much for the theater, but the theater, because it's just every millimeter. People have to see it. It's every little bit of IMAX. But the no showtime for the Odyssey, so Odyssey never was good. But you see, you got Doomsday. There's only two movies: Doomsday and Doom Part 2. I want that ticket. I think I've got a ticket for. Obviously, Dolby C. No. So that's all I'm going to say. Now, if I look back at my Odyssey, what did I say? 16. The first time I saw it was in Dope. C6. I was just the Odyssey over. Anyway, so if I look at Doomsday, and that was the 18th, right? Let's look at the set. I think it's for, I think it's 10:15 p.m. I just opened up here and started to. This is like the first showing Saturday of, Thursday. If you look at all of these. I'm gonna move my camera on. So, me. 1:00 p.m. You got 10:45, 4:45, so 8:30. There is no in Dolby Cinema Infinity Vision. I think Infinity Vision is going to be in every single showtime. Whether it's IMAX or Dolby Cinema or Prime or regular 3D even. Will they have it in 3D? They look weird in 3D. Okay, 17th at 1:30. Next, I would pick that seat, but considering the fact, I think that's like 5, 6, 7. That's C7. Considering the fact that I know how Screen X is, you want to be in the back. You want to be at least here. H7. Because Screen X is going to have, well, you're going to see it on the sides. Like Screen X is going to be, and some people are still unfamiliar with Screen X. I'll show you real quick. This is what Screen X looks like. In a nutshell. You got the central screen, and then you got side panels. And how that is done is with projectors. This projector is projecting the image onto this wall, and vice versa. This projector here is projecting that image onto this wall. So what you see on this wall is projected by a projector up here, and what you see on this wall is projected by a projector up here. And of course, in the center is projected by a projector in the back. And that's the same thing with all these screens. Now, I tell you this because it doesn't always look as awesome as that. The one at AMC Metron 16 is not that great. I think the one in Regal Hollywood, that's the first time I've ever experienced ScreenX. It's phenomenal compared to AMC. AMC, not saying that AMC overall is bad, it's just they picked a certain theater to be the ScreenX theater, and it's not the right choice, in my opinion. As you see here, you see this is like an AMC, this is how it's supposed to look. If the theater itself is built to look like that. Now, in all honesty, the one at Regal is not perfect either. The screen's not even like that. Now, what I mean is, as you look closer at this, those screens are kind of even. The wall is even with the central screen. It basically, the central screen stretches. It stretches. Let me move my camera back. So, the idea is for it to stretch, but the problem is in Regal Cinema and Regal Hollywood, it actually goes like this. It starts in the center, and it goes up and back. So it's not even. That's a real problem. But that, I see it up here. I see the idea. And you can see what it says. Story enhancing imagery to expand select scenes, not every scene, with specially crafted visuals that extend beyond the main screen and until the theater walls, creating a breathtaking 270 degrees, not 360, 270, panoramic experience that pulls you into the world of the film. It's not more screen, it's more story. It's really more screen. No, honestly, it's definitely more screen. Me center my own screen, yeah? No? So, what am I getting at? That's how it would look. But they didn't put Avatar the way it wanted. It's the way they should. Now, anyway, let's get back to it. It's X. What's X? X. And what's what? You see what I'm saying? That's for Doomsday. And Kabuki 8, obviously, it's a bigger screen. I think this will be Auditorium 1 screen. Yep. That's how I should see it here. Thank you. This is the balcony. Damn, close. I might change my one. 10:15. Is this gonna be in Dolby Cinema at night? On Friday, and I want to see those. The movie is only 2 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, I might see it at Kabuki. I just don't want anybody to sit in front of me. Like you said, it's a companion sitting next to a wheelchair space. You can get them if you're very careful. I just don't want anybody to be in front of me, that's all. Think I should go for it. Answer that one. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I look at, since there's only two movies that I just showed you on the 17th, we got Avengers Doomsday, the Doom Part 2. So it's already sold out for 7 p.m. on a Thursday here, December 17th, and it's almost sold out. And I like to see movies on a Thursday, but the day before Friday. You see, no seat. Everything else is a wheelchair space. What's gonna do? Okay. Nothing ain't Peruvier. One Bay Street 16 is a cinema next door with IMAX. The IMAX cinema next door. I might have to go see it at a completely different theater. Yep. Let's try the 17th. 18th. Okay. Okay. So around again for the 18th. Wow. Not even at Bay Street 16. What showtimes have been announced for this theater? There's showtimes for Friday and beyond. This is supposed to happen. So it's gonna be updated. Now, if we look at like I don't know, 19th Saturday. Nothing. Wow. same thing. Nothing. I should probably just take a virtual space. Take one chair. I might just go to the app and see fucking landmark. Maybe. Let me check out the. This is the one close to home. I'm about to check. I'm gonna check Fandango. After soon. It's an IMAX, but it's not the same. I've been to the IMAX. Right? It's not the same. It's IMAX, but there was one. The CGX. CGX. TV, I'm sorry. There used to be one in San Francisco, but it closed on. Usually I don't have to look for movie theaters, usually. Very nice is probably closed because it became Apple Cinema. Apple Cinema took its place. I usually go by location. Beautiful. And man, I can't go past Sunday, October 23rd. Yeah, we're gonna go with movies then. And how much you want to bet they're going to show Doom Part 2 again? They're going to show all three of them, Doom Part 1 and 2. As a refresher, and they should. I'm not going to tell them not to, because who am I to say anything? But it's a good idea to do that, yeah, to show all three movies. Steve. Oh, Legal. I forgot about Legal. Movie is sold out. Yeah. Let me open Legal. This is the only one. There's only one Legal, I think, in all of San Francisco. That is Legal Stonetown Galleria. And this is located inside of a mall. I hate these, but I believe I have an account, and then I will go to the cinema. I have to reset my password. All the way to December. For the X. Oh, sweet. Everything in the back so it's selected, I guess. Gotta verify her on. Oh, you can see these people are all, they're dead center at 10:25 in the morning. Let's just look at them. I don't know if they're going to show Spider-Man that print for. Oh, they only got vintage Thursday? Are they trying to show Damon? What a weirdo, it's up 3 days. Oh, there we go. Okay then. Oh, I have to see 215, mate. What seat do I have to pick, mate? Can I wish I had money now. I'm gonna say wish I had a date. Let's see this one here. Since I tend to use my left eye better than my right eye. I think I'll split the seats. You know what, I'm gonna work on still resetting my password. I'm gonna copy this URL. I'll put it up in another browser. We're gonna get started on what we're trying to do. Okay, so we're gonna watch more hate on Odyssey just to kind of make things go over. I'll start with this video.
So I promised myself that I was done talking about the Odyssey. Not because of the film itself, but because the discourse around it continues to be exhausting. There seems to be no room for nuance. Everyone is dealing in extremes, which is not uncommon for the internet, but it seems to be at a whole nother level for this movie. So when Emily Wilson, the feminist, whose translation of the Odyssey was reportedly the jumping off point for Nolan's film, I think it's yet another opportunity to have a conversation. Or at the very least, inspire some more good old-fashioned online outrage. Let's discuss.
I watch
Shit, so you don't have to.
You don't have to. All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
So when speaking to the AF Post, Emily Wilson, whose translation of the Odyssey is itself unfaithful, critiques Christopher Nolan's adaptation for emphasizing Odysseus's shame over heroic glory, calling it a modern psychiatric revision of the character.
Message!
She said, quote, "The film represents an Odysseus who feels very bad about the things that he's done in war, and is struggling to process them in a very modern psychiatric way, and even needs drugs to do so. He seems to feel bad about being a warrior, and we never actually get to see him doing much warrioring. Nolan makes the protagonist a likable, all-American hero. Homer's Odysseus wants glory, and he wants to get spoils from the sack of the city. I kept looking in vain for a sense that this was a film about glory. This is a film that has an interest in shame, but I don't think it has any interest in glory. So this is basically the ground zero example of the culture war lines starting to get a bit blurred. So we have this woman who was heavily criticized prior to this film's release for her own translation of the Odyssey. And she's basically saying that Odysseus in this film is maybe too modernized, and the same people who were criticizing her are now co-signing her statements. Things, at least for me, are starting to get a bit messy as it pertains to the different analysis that people have of this film. Now, I was under the impression after watching the film that this was always part of Odysseus' story. But everyone was telling me that this version of the character was based on Emily's translation of the story, but that appears to no longer be the case. So what this does, in essence, is validate my original point that this film is Christopher Nolan. That this version of the character was based on Emily's translation of the story, but that appears to no longer be the case. So what this does, in essence, is validate my original point that this film is Christopher Nolan's vision, and Christopher Nolan's vision alone.
Man, I'm tired of being right.
As I've said many times, this is a Christopher Nolan film through and through, both visually and structurally. So if you already didn't like Christopher Nolan's work, The Odyssey was not going to change your mind. Now I'm kind of curious to see how much Christopher Nolan's version of The Odyssey differs from the feminist version of the story that it is constantly being linked to. I mean,
So, I wasn't a big fan of Christopher Nolan in general because I didn't really find the Batman's, his version of Batman, like Batman Begins, Batman The Dark Knight, and then Batman The Dark Knight Rises. I didn't find those appealing. It was okay, but it's not my favorite films. Inception, okay. This is one of the good films. Oppenheimer, too long for me. But the Odyssey, I think it's quite good. I'm still not a fan, but I'm not overly critiquing it. You get what I'm saying? I'm not being like, I'm not saying it's woke and all that other shit. I'm not getting mad at it because Ellen Page is playing Sanan, and because of, Black Helen of Troy is played by Lupina Nyong'o or something. I forgot how to pronounce her name.
what Emily is saying here absolutely echoes the criticisms of this film's biggest detractors. So all week I've been listening to different takes on this film, some that I agree with and some that I do not agree with. But the criticisms of this film's biggest detractors. So all week I've been listening to different takes on this film, some that I agree with and some that I do not agree with. But the analysis of Matt Damon's Odysseus is consistently one of the biggest points of contention between the two sides. Now, I am in no way an Odyssey expert, and I have never claimed to be.
Same here.
But at the same time, I don't think you need to be an expert in order to judge whether or not that this is a good movie or not. As I said in my own review, this is very clearly a reinterpretation through Christopher Nolan's lens. And Emily Wilson's analysis proves that to me without a shadow of a doubt. Now, as with any reinterpretation, you're going to have some people who enjoy it, and you're going to have some people
Get back to that.
very clearly a reinterpretation through Christopher Nolan's lens. And Emily Wilson's analysis proves that to me without a shadow of a doubt. Now, as with any reinterpretation, you're going to have some people who enjoy it, and you're going to have some people who prefer a more direct page-by-page adaptation. And my stance on this has always been the same. It's not just with this movie. If you're just going to do a page-by-page adaptation, then I'm not really sure what the purpose of doing another adaptation is. I mean, sure, you run the risk of alienating a few people if you do that, which this film has very much done, at least online. But we go over this all the time with comic book movies, or novel adaptation movies, or any adaptation really that is bringing a story into a new medium.
Very true.
Liberties almost always have to be taken in order for certain things to work cinematically.
It's true.
Now, did Christopher Nolan modernize this story a bit too much for some people's liking, and that is a turnoff for them? Sure, I can understand that. But I guess that is the risk that you take if you have a very specific vision for something in mind. I've always looked at these situations like the movies are just an alternate version of the story.
And the Batman is one such thing, and I'm talking about the Batman. Like, if I'm gonna get another full screen here, and I say that because she's showing Robert Pattinson. You look at the Batman, and that's another movie's coming out soon with that. This movie, so, and man, I can't believe they ever rate this movie. They're rated by Matt Reeves, Secret Batman Part 2. This is the best interpretation of Batman that I've ever seen. At 2 hours and 56 minutes. It's 4 hours longer than the Odyssey. So you really can't bitch about it because the Batman is pretty long. This is a pretty long. And I say this because of the Odyssey. We got Batman, we got Spider-Man, mixed with Jay Hill, we got this with the Punisher, we got all four. We got some characters in this movie. Okay, so I really like this movie in backlash. See, people want to start this film. No, they love it. They love it. And in the little box, I don't know. Well, I did wait too long. I waited at 17. Okay. So if I look at the cinema score for the Odyssey. Let me refresh. I'll be free. Yeah, we got about, I could pay us like 95 or 94. You know? Pretty good.
That we all know and love. Odysseus showing shame or even regret about what happened at Troy or elsewhere did not come off as a weakness to me personally in this film. It came off like Nolan trying to add his own bit of character depth to this story and trying to make it make sense. And he's obviously very much doing it by incorporating elements of PTSD into a swords and sandals epic. Now, some may hear that or see it in the movie and feel like it doesn't fit based on how they view heroes or their own personal relationship to the Odyssey itself. And I do understand that. I do feel like it did try something unique with this character, and in the context of the version of the story they are telling, to me at least, it made sense. If you look at Christopher Nolan's Odyssey in a vacuum and do not constantly try to compare it to past adaptations, or the original poem for that matter, then I think that's where the disconnect is happening between the traditionalists and the people who are more open to a fresh take on the material. I remember the first time that I watched Troy, a movie that a lot of people have been vocal about as preferring over Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. The conflict that I felt as an audience member watching Troy get sacked was actually pretty overwhelming. We are presented with a situation where we have characters that we are rooting for on both sides of this conflict. And we have characters that we've come to like contributing to Agamemnon's reign of terror. which involves a lot of innocent lives being disrupted or even lost in the process. There is a moral ambiguity to that movie because we are being shown men who are being forced to battle on someone else's behalf in an effort to save their own homelands from destruction. Are you really going to sit there and tell me realistically that warriors or soldiers coming out of that wouldn't have some level of regret or shame associated with their actions? Odysseus,
because it's what they have to do in order to accomplish the objective. You know, they bear that weight of having made that decision. People don't understand that. Just from a soldier standpoint alone, they don't understand that they have to bear that weight. I wish my lamp light would work. It just does that. Annoying. Mute.
Behalf in an effort to save their own homelands from destruction. Are you really going to sit there and tell me realistically that warriors or soldiers coming out of that wouldn't have some level of regret or shame associated with their actions? Odysseus's arc in Christopher Nolan's Odyssey very much feels like an extension of that. It felt like Nolan trying to show the more personal side effects to a large, history-changing event like that. And to me, that's storytelling. And yes, it does require a bit of reinvention. And yes,
what did you say?
Very much feels like an extension of that. It felt like Nolan trying to show the more personal side effects to a large, history-changing event like that. And to me, that coming out of that wouldn't have some level of regret or shame associated with their actions. Odysseus's arc in Christopher Nolan's Odyssey very much feels like an extension of that. It felt like Nolan trying to show the more personal side effects to a large, history-changing event like that. And to me, that's storytelling. And yes, it does require a bit of reinvention. And yes, some liberties are going to be taken with a character like Odysseus. But to me, even with the changes, it didn't feel like the film was completely abandoning who Odysseus was, like some people are suggesting. He still had moments in the film like him tying himself to the ship so he could be the first person to hear the siren's call and survive. And this to me is quite literally him showing his cocky side and searching for some level of glory. I think Nolan just tried to add yet another layer to the character in the process.
That makes sense.
And again,
Yeah, when you look at it, he's basically doing what Brad Pitt would do in that situation, or Tom Cruise. Just go ahead and tie me to the post of the ship. That's a great idea. I'm gonna be the only one to live and survive, because I'm just curious. I'll be the only one to survive this, and I will tell you exactly what happens. And I just find that, like, you know, that's what somebody would. It's amazing that somebody hasn't done that already. That nobody thought to tie themselves to the post or put wax in their ears just so they wouldn't hear the sirens.
I think it's going to work for some people and not for others, but to say that the character of Odysseus was torn down in this film, to me, is a bit of an exaggeration. So no, I do not agree with feminist Emily Wilson's analysis of Christopher Nolan's version of the character. The true glory of this version of Odysseus is watching him overcome the physical and emotional hurdles that are put in front of him, and then showcasing his badassery in one of the biggest crowd-pleasing finales you will see all year. The whole movie literally builds to him taking back his kingdom, killing off some very unlikable people, and reuniting with his wife and sailing off into the sunset. I mean, what's more heroic than that? Now, some people might not like how we got there, but to me, this finale brings the whole movie together like a good finale should. The great thing about this movie is that it has inspired a lot of different interpretations of what's actually going on. The bad part is that some people rarely know how to express those interpretations in a nuanced way. I have to give credit to Emily Wilson for, at the very least, expressing herself in a thoughtful way. But if her analysis here is any indication of what her translation looks like from a character development standpoint, then I understand why some people were concerned about her translation being linked to this movie at all. Thankfully,
So I would have paid attention.
know how to express those interpretations in a nuanced way. I have to give credit to Emily Wilson for, at the very least, expressing herself in a thoughtful way. But if her analysis here is any indication of what her translation looks like from a character development standpoint, then I understand why some people were concerned about her translation being linked to this movie at all. Thankfully, it looks like Christopher Nolan went in his own direction, as I predicted, and I think his movie is better off for it.
Y'all be cool. Nah.
I can't play all of what Fuentes says because Fuentes has some specific gamer words in his review that are not YouTube appropriate. Let's just say that.
I liked it. I thought it was exciting. I thought it was visually stunning. Wine Dark Seas. Oh, but you missed that part. Everybody's an Odyssey expert all of a sudden. But
Oh God, dude. Everybody is a fucking Odyssey expert, man. The whole fucking internet. I'm something of an Odyssey expert myself. I'm something of an Odyssey expert myself.
missed Wine Dark Sea. Why isn't it colorful? Why isn't it colorful? Why is it so dull? Wine Dark Seas.
Damn it, I thought I got past it. YouTube. I didn't mean for that to be in there. Fucking hell. I thought I was past it. Fuck.
It says it right there in the book. They're supposed to be dark. Why isn't the water stunningly blue? I can't even tell we're in the Mediterranean. First of all, it is a movie.
We gotta clip that.
That is a stylistic choice. Why isn't it like the photography of the behind the scenes? Because it is a movie. That's all the Nolan films are like this. Dunkirk, Dark Knight Rises. They're all like this.
So true. Very true.
Secondly, Wine Dark Seas.
I liked it.
I liked it. I thought it was good. And by the way, I don't even really care that much about the diversity.
Listen to this part right here.
But an Indian was in my movie. Okay. And like, so what? Honestly. Yeah. Would I prefer all the characters in the movie were white? Of course. I wish all the characters in real life were white.
I think the Indian character he's talking about is let me find it quick. Here we go. I wish they'd go by the most popular instead of like top cast. Because this guy should be at the bottom. I can't find it. He's at the bottom. I know him when I see him. Where is he? I think it's Mish. Mish Patel. He plays Eurycleus, Kamish Patel, this guy. He's Indian. He's actually from England, but you know, this guy. He kind of looks like he's Indian.
That is the quote of the century right there. That is the quote of the
No, it's
fucking
not.
century.
Movie
No,
were
it's not.
white? Of course. I wish all the characters in real life were white. Okay? You can't always get everything that you want. All the characters in the movie weren't white. Okay, well, like, that's just how everything is now. Well, we should boycott the movie. The movie made $300 million. So you and like, we shouldn't pay for this movie. You and what army? The movie made $280 million. It's the biggest director of the century, making the biggest story in the Western canon and the biggest global box opening of the decade. Well, we shouldn't buy a ticket. Okay. It's just it's crazy. I don't like that there's Indians in the movie. I don't like that there's Indians on planet Earth, but it is what it is.
Damn, son.
I just wanted to play it because he's saying the things that I can't say on YouTube, but I want to replay the last part one more time.
Like that there's Indians in the movie. I don't like that there's Indians on planet Earth, but it is what it is. So the only thing that was offensive was the tranny. That was just like, that is the only thing that was totally inexcusable.
Yeah,
Because that was just ridiculous.
agreed.
But I don't, Helen was black, whatever. The Indian was in there, whatever.
The conversation about this movie, I'm seeing people bring the whole, they're buying theaters out. I have been trying to tell everyone that this was going to happen, and no one wanted to listen to me. I warned you, and I warned you, and I warned you, and no one listened. And now, because it has completely backfired on everyone that said this movie was going to fail, now they are coming up with a new level of cope that they're buying out theaters. And I'm like,
Wasn't he one of the ones that didn't like it? He has another channel. He thinks if he thinks if he can just have a different channel that would change, make it seem like he didn't say everything's wrong. It's called Geeks and Gamers, Bob. That's what GG is. Geeks and Gamers. Because he doesn't like that. He's one of the grifters. Look what he did. Look, Supergirl hits digital only 1 month after DCU disaster, Odyssey, except for big. They try to say it in a way that's like not really explicit. You see? The Odyssey is doomed. Oh, but it won't. It needs to fail, but it won't. It needs to see the Odyssey is doomed.
What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we're talking about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, set to release in a few weeks, and this will be the end of his career. He will never work in Hollywood again. Christopher Nolan will deliver the biggest flop of his career, and he's always been overrated. He's never made a good movie, and
See how he's talking bad about it?
And this will confirm everything right here and now. Sarcasm aside, Obviously, there's a lot of conversation surrounding the Odyssey, and rightfully so. This is Christopher Nolan. This is him coming off of Oppenheimer, a massively successful movie. And now he is taking on one of the most famous stories in history, the Odyssey. And the casting decisions in this movie have been questionable, to say the least. And that's being very kind. Here we have a shot of Lupita Nyong'o, who plays multiple roles, reportedly. Helen of Troy, her sister. And this is a shot from the trailer that might slightly be altered. Maybe? Don't know. Not sure. But there's that image. Now, I have to remove this because I can't keep looking at this shit. But the latest numbers for the opening weekend for
He's going by numbers.
the Odyssey are looking at around 8. Some publications are running with this, and again, justifiably so. And then yesterday, we got the with this right here, there was all this negative buildup around the Odyssey, and again, justifiably so. And then yesterday, we got the announcement that Universal has decided to skip having word of mouth, aka influencer screenings for Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Instead, the film's global premiere screening in London on July 6th. The film will begin screening for film critics there. Now, I saw so many people. We have to talk about The Odyssey from Christopher Nolan. This has been one of the most divisive film topics in recent memory, and the movie isn't even out yet, and it's only going to get worse. Now, up front, I'm a huge Christopher Nolan fan. I have been for a long time. He's made some of my favorite movies of all time, and I always look forward to his cinematic releases, and The Odyssey was no different. When it was announced, obviously, Christopher Nolan, The Odyssey, this could be amazing. I was a little concerned as to how is he going to deal with the fantastical elements, because Nolan likes to keep things grounded. I wish that was my issues. I wish that was the only issues that we had with this movie. Please take me back to when that was my primary issue with this movie. But unfortunately, there are many, many problems with this movie that need to be discussed. But I think that there's only a couple of specific problems, at least that I'm concerned with. Now, obviously, when the first trailer released, there was a lot of, people talking about the arm.
You've heard all this before.
Oh, my goodness. I really had no idea what the Odyssey was, she said. I was like, oh, snap. I don't know the first thing about this. So it was a crash course. I picked up the books and read them immediately. What are you doing, Nolan? What is happening here? This is absolutely insane. Now, Elon Musk has kind of gone to war with Christopher Nolan over this, and that's why I think that the controversy has hit a level that I did not foresee happening, because Elon is Elon, and he has sent this to another stratosphere, and I'm glad that he has, because it needed to happen. Elon is going after Christopher Nolan's Odyssey casting. Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy.
Why did it need to happen? Tell me why it needed to happen.
Set him off. Rumors that Elliot Page is playing Achilles haven't helped either, but the
we know those are not rumors.
Project. That's what he said. Those are his words. If you support Trump, if you support ICE, don't support my projects. Those are his words.
They did say that. So don't come to the movies. Anyway, let's go back to the corn thing.
The Odyssey backlash has been like nothing I've ever seen for a film on this scale. It is absolutely insane and 100% deserved. But even as bad as it's been, Lupita Nyong'o and her moronic comments right here have taken it to a whole new level. There is zero defense of this woman, and there is zero defense of Christopher Nolan after hearing this. And let's be clear. This is 100% Christopher Nolan's fault. He actively has invited multiple cancers into his $250 million project. Lupita Nyong'o, Ellen Page, John Leguizamo, Travis Scott. All of these people are not here and arrogantly disrespect Homer in this trailer. 345,000 upvotes, 360. To adjust for inflation, does any other director match Christopher Nolan's at all? It says no other director clearly has matched Christopher Nolan's 9-film run from back.
The movie's made too much money for you to calculate. You don't even know how much money. It's grossed approximately 425 million worldwide within its first week of release. We're going on to week 2. This is the second weekend. I'm not using ChatGPT because I'm not going to subscribe to that plus package. I don't have the money for that. Japanese sometimes. Jesus Christ, man.
Like, this is never going to end. You can either laugh about it or
It's going to end eventually, trust me. They said the same thing about Supergirl, the same thing about Snow White, same thing about... I'm going to come up with a list of all the groups that have recently past 2 years that I've been keeping track of.
you can just take it seriously. I'm laughing about it. It's fucking crazy. The movie is shattering records all over the fucking...
See, he said it needs to fail, it's going to fail, but then he's just trying to say it's not going to fail.
place, just like I said. It will continue to do so, even after place, just... It's fucking crazy. The movie is shattering records all over the fucking place, just like I said.
And you only said that because you went back and backtracked. You flipped what you said originally. You said it's going to fail. Now you're saying it's going to succeed because you retracted what you said. And now you're trying to correct yourself. Because instead of being a man and saying, I was wrong, you say you was wrong because originally you said it was going to fail.
It will continue to do so, even after Spider-Man. It will continue to do so because it was always going
Maybe not after Spider-Man. Maybe.
to happen this way. No disrespect to you, Kongman, okay? But like, this is a classic example of what we're seeing right now. All right, Kongman says the success of the Odyssey will be Hollywood's green light to go full throttle on wokeness. Woke isn't over. The right just had a brief taste of minor victories the past few years, then proceeded to devour itself with Egyptian plane conspiracies and pure retardation. Kongman, you said it would flop. You literally said the movie would flop. Now, because...
So did you. Let me get these other videos back. Let me copy and paste these others. Keep it this one, right?
What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another...
Oh, give me that one. I'll go ahead and copy it. Yeah.
another video, and today we're talking about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, set to release in a few weeks, and this will be the end of his career. He will never work in Hollywood again. Christopher Nolan will deliver the biggest flop of his career, and he's always been overrated. He's never made a good movie, and this will confirm everything right here and now. Sarcasm aside, obviously, there's a lot of conversation surrounding The Odyssey, and rightfully so. This is Christopher Nolan. This is him coming off of Oppenheimer, a massively successful movie. And now he is taking on one of the most famous stories in history, The Odyssey. And the casting decisions in this movie have been questionable, to say the least.
The hypocrisy, sir.
It's not flopping. Now you're shifting the goalpost. Either it was going to flop, and he said Minions was going to be.
That's what he's doing. He's doing the same thing. What is this?
Be a box office success. The fuck are we talking about? It was never going to flop. This is me telling all of you motherfuckers, November 23rd of 2025. There's a ton of problems with the casting. Elliot Page, what? I mean, I'm pretty sure this movie's going to make $1 billion. I think this is going to be a massive movie. I think
Really, dude?
Absolutely. Dude,
Hold up a second. November. You said November, right?
East, and that's being very kind. Here we have it. What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we're talking about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, set to work in Hollywood again. Christopher Nolan will deliver the end of his career. He will never work in Hollywood in weeks, and this will be the end of his career. It's Jeremy coming to you with another video, and today we're talking about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, set to release in a few weeks, and this will be the end of his career. He will never work in Hollywood again. Christopher Nolan will deliver the biggest flop of his career.
Did. He said it. Like, he flat out said it. What is this? GBA? I don't know which one. I think it's the first one, I think, right? OCG. 16 mark. Yeah. He lied. Sorry, he lied. He lied. Right. Second mark. Where's my mouse? I gotta chase you down. These people, they sometimes they tie their own tail. They end up, doing themselves. They all lie. Now we're saying that it's going to look good. Now we're saying that. People just can't help themselves. They really cannot help themselves but lie. They just can't do it. They play first. Let's play first. I'm just adding more to my playlist. I just don't understand. You just started with it. It's not a masterpiece. Okay? And I know that movies are subjective. I know that. I'm not saying that they're not. It's just we are seeing people already making their predictions, and we're not doing so on caution. They're trying to destroy art without having any legitimate claims. The same thing that the left were accused of doing, the same thing that they accused the left of doing, they did. Like, the Snarky Jake here was saying that it's pure nostalgia. I cannot wait to get the vote. I love Hayden. She's just pure fun. Why the fuck? I gotta check that out just because of discussion. PlayStation Backlash and I gotta get to some of these.
Oppenheimer, a 3-hour biopic, made $950 million. Now, will it be good? That's a whole different story. It's going to be a massive success. It will. I think it's going to be a highly, highly divisive movie in a lot of ways, but I also think it will be a huge success. I get how right was I? Highly divisive, and he's always been overrated. He's never made a good movie, and this will confirm everything right here and now. Sarcasm
This is the same guy, right?
aside, obviously there's a lot of conversation surrounding the Odyssey, and right
I'm checking my sources here. Dude, he does have a twin, though.
massive success, and here we are, and I was proven right. So that's the conversation now. They're buying movie theater tickets, guys. Fuck. This is why conservatives and the right they're so out of touch with reality right now. The truth is, people like the movie. Word of mouth is...
Now he's talking about conservatives, and a while ago he was talking about woke people on the left. Liberals. He's talking about liberals on the left, now he's talking about conservatives. Pick a side, man. Quit shifting just to make views, just to get views. You know? It's not really a free country. Not.
very, very strong, and it's going to make $1 billion. You're welcome, Internet. I will continue to be the one that stood against all of the nonsense, telling you the truth, because we are kind of moving now. Pop culture is shifting into Candace Owens territory. Pop culture is now Candace Owens level, where we're just like making shit up. As a matter of fact, you know who's behind all of it? Do you know who's behind all of it? It's the Jews. After seeing Ben Shapiro say the movie was good, I'm convinced Israel is involved in the movie. I never really was that guy, but that really did it for me. It's the Jews. The Jews are behind the Odyssey success. Welcome to the Candace Owens world of pop culture now. Holy fuck. So they paid off Ben Shapiro, John Campea.
So Ben Shapiro was obviously on the far right? He was originally on his side. He was against the left. Now that the movie is successful, he's retracting on what he said. Now he's against the far right. The conservatives, such as Ben Shapiro. He's against them. When originally he was against the liberals. Because he said, I keep playing this video.
Rightfully so. This is Christopher Nolan. This is him coming off of Oppenheimer, a massively successful movie. And now he is taking on one of the most famous stories in history, the Odyssey. And the casting decisions in this movie have been questionable, to say the least. And that's being very kind. Here we have a shot of Lupita Nyong'o, who plays...
Man, very kind. You didn't say much, buddy. Go back to what he just said.
Now, sarcasm aside, obviously there's a lot of conversation surrounding the Odyssey, and rightfully so. This is Christopher Nolan. This is him coming off of Oppenheimer, a massively successful movie. And now he is taking on one of the... What's up, Geeks and Gamers? Odyssey, set to release in a few weeks, and this will be the end of his career. He will never work in Hollywood again. Christopher Nolan will deliver the biggest flop of his career, and he's always been overrated. He's never made a good movie, and this...
Even Oppenheimer, which was successful. It's successful. Why is it not a good movie?
Will confirm everything right here and now. Sarcasm aside, obviously there's a lot of conversation surrounding the Odyssey, and right...
See? He's calling it a flop. Then over there, he's calling it a success.
But I wouldn't even make that argument personally. I'm just saying you can if you want to. All this... nothing. We saw it recently with Supergirl. We saw it with Disclosure Day.
I want to say this guy is, yeah. This guy right here, his name is, this is his name, E.V. Cobra, right? His real name. Jeremy Briggs, D-Day Cobra, is posting channel. Never game I want to come to. So, his name is Joe. I'm gonna ask this question. Oh, doesn't seem like he has a win. TV, it's not really a personality. Sitting in front of a microphone, you're not a personality. Put that shit. It's right. Just another person. This guy. I'll get back. Let's go back to me.
Nick Fuentes and Jeremy Johns. They say, like, let's just round up all of these guys and let's throw them a big payday. It's the Jews. Good Lord. I even saw this one. Look at this. All right. It's not just the Jews. Oh, no, no, no. The CIA is behind the Odyssey's success. It's the CIA. Trump's CIA is now behind it. Nobody in IRL is talking about it. Trump's CIA, 100% behind this. It's a big conspiracy. That's where we are. So, like, what are you supposed to do with this shit? Groypers, Mossad, the CIA under Trump, the Jews, and the normies are all conspiring, guys. Conspiring to win over the box office. Fuck me, dude. Anyway, there's that.
How do you tell somebody that you care about deeply? I told you so. Gently, with a rose, in a funny way, like it's a hilarious joke? Or do you just let it go? Because saying it would just make things worse. Probably the funny way.
I get the concerns, and I share some of those concerns. I still think it's going to be a massive fucking hit. I think this movie's guaranteed to do $400 to $500 million just on Nolan fans. You know, Gary says Nolan's the biggest star in Hollywood right now. Like, he's the biggest name. Like, does anybody else turn the needle like him?
When a Christopher Nolan movie comes out, people pay attention. And
like,
he's
the biggest draw. Tom Cruise is the only guy you could say, but I mean, I think at this point in time, unless Tom Cruise is attached to a major franchise, it doesn't turn the needle. Christopher Nolan is the franchise.
Hollywood's the thing that set me down this road was when you said it's going to be.
Look at all these people. You got so look. Every single one of these guys are speaking, but this woman down here. Can I get out of this thing, please? She doesn't have a tag. She doesn't. Oh, she does. Episode. She barely speaks. Why is it that the only woman barely speaks?
Mega successful.
Yeah.
And, like...
Nigga, what kind of name is that? Only the Sacred Heart? 1/4 Black Carrier? Fake Wizard, I get that. That's a cool name. Fake Wizard. Yeah, Lord Rock, I think, has got the best name. I like that. Lord Rock. That's the best fucking name of all these incels.
I don't think that $750, $800 million is mega successful for this movie in this context.
But it's nowhere near a flop. No, not even close.
I would agree.
Yeah. I understand that it is kind of universally just on this side of the internet that everybody's like, oh, the Odyssey is going to be this, that, and the other. And I'm like, well, I'm pretty excited about it. And
on side of the web, not the internet, the web.
I think you guys are fucking retarded to think that nobody's excited about this shit. I think it looks bad when, like, this thing's going to be a pretty big success. I don't know how big of a success it's going to be. I have no idea. But I think it looks bad when, like, you know...
God damn, we supposed to give you $18 to say that shit.
Everybody is, like, in agreement that, like, oh, yeah, this is going to be a disaster and a dumpster fire. I don't think it's going to be a dumpster fire. I think it's going to be a great movie with some questionable casting decisions. I'm still sticking at $800 million personally, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a good movie with some very, very distracting casting that should be criticized like crazy. I still do think that the movie has decisions. I'm still sticking at $800 million personally, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a good movie with some very, very distracting casting that should be criticized like crazy. I still do think that the movie has a chance to be very good because it's Christopher Nolan, but there's a chance that this could be a step back for him as well. Time will tell, but I do think it's going to do pretty good at the box office. It's not going to fail. I just don't see there's almost no scenario where this movie fails, in my opinion. I have been saying consistently, even with all the controversy, even with all the hate, even with all the negativity, that I believe that the Odyssey will end up being a good movie, and I do believe it will be successful.
It's going to be a massive success.
You know, there's still people out there that think this movie's completely going to flop.
I know.
It's going to be a massive.
End up all the hate, even with all the negativity, consistently. No scenario was not going to fail to do pretty good at the box office. Where this movie fails, even with all the hate, even with all the negativity, that I believe that the Odyssey will end up being a good movie, and I do believe it will be successful.
It's going to be a massive success.
You know, there's still people out there that think this movie's completely going to flop.
I know, they're retarded.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
So yes, the movie's going to make a lot of money. Is it going to make $1 billion? I don't know.
I'm thinking
I really
more around
don't
the
know.
800 million.
800
range.
has been the number that I've been putting it at.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to make $1 billion.
What was?
It would be better for me from a business standpoint to say, I don't know if the movie at the all was not going to do. The chance that this could think it's going to be a good movie with some very, very distracting, questionable casting. To think it's going to be a good movie. I'm still sticking at $800 million personally, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a good movie with some very, very distracting casting that should be criticized like crazy. That's
this video, right? This is that transcript. Interesting. I'm not sure, but he will be.
We're seeing it from every direction, and it's gotten to the point where no one takes them seriously at all. And so, one thing that's going to happen, I'm going to be honest how I feel about the Odyssey. Am I looking forward to the movie? Absolutely. Do I see all of the negativity online? Absolutely. Am I going to be swayed by that negativity? No, I'm not. But I will be honest after I see the movie, just like I was with Tenet.
They all say that. Every reviewer says that they are honest.
Didn't really like Tenet, and everybody knows how much I'm not a fan of Man of Steel, and much how we always say that, like,
it has nothing to do with Christopher Nolan, bro. That's somebody else.
like James Gunn's fingerprints are all over these movies, specifically Supergirl, even though he didn't direct or write or anything.
Damn.
That's what Man of Steel is. That's a Christopher Nolan movie. And if you look it up, the decision to kill Zod, in the end, Zack Snyder and David Goyer had to get Nolan to approve that decision because Nolan initially did not want Zod to be killed. So they had to rewrite it and sell Nolan on that scene in order to get it approved. That is a very much Christopher Nolan movie, and I don't like Man of Steel at all. And a lot of you do, but I don't. Point being is that I'm going to be honest about the Odyssey, regardless if I'm looking forward to it or not. I think that there's a lot of problems that could ruin this movie. Absolutely. Time will tell. We'll see when I see it. But this piece of news right here is good news. And people were saying like, oh, they just want to control the narrative. Controlling the narrative is having these fake influencers blindly praise your movie to the normie audience out there that they are talking to. So I think this is a good move. We want less influencers running their mouths and pretending to like stuff. And I hope that this leads to more of them not having any of that access. Time will tell. Distracting casting that should
See, let me see where black shirt says something
Batman Begins. Prestige apparently is not a good movie. You know, Insomnia is not. Knows how much I'm not a fan of Man of Steel, and much how we always say that like James Gunn's fingerprints are all over these movies, specifically Supergirl, even though he didn't direct or write or anything. That's what Man of Steel is. That's a Christopher Nolan movie. And if you look it up, the decision to kill Zod, in the end, Zack Snyder and David Goyer had to get Nolan to approve that decision because Nolan initially did not want Zod to be killed. So they had to rewrite it and sell Nolan on that scene in order to get it approved. That is a very much Christopher Nolan movie, and I don't like Man of Steel at all. And a lot of you do, but I don't. Point being is that I'm going to be honest about the Odyssey, regardless if I'm looking forward to it or not. Be criticized like crazy of problems that could ruin this movie. Absolutely. Time will tell. We'll see when I see it. But this piece of news right here is good news. And people were saying like, oh, they just want to control the narrative. Controlling the narrative is having these fake influencers blindly praise your movie to the normie audience out there that they are talking to. So I think this is a good move. We want less influencers running their mouths and pretending to like stuff. And I hope that this leads to more of them not having any of that access. Time will tell. But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Are you looking forward to the Odyssey? Do you believe these numbers? Do you think that it's going to open up to maybe $80 to $100 million domestically? Do you think it has a chance to make it to $1 billion? I'm still on the fence about, do I think it can make $1 billion? I need to see the movie first before I can say it will make it.
Stuck on this one video because I'm trying to find the Odyssey needs to fail. Oh, this must be it.
It's insane. But the reason that I get to this place of telling people, slow down, if you just think this movie's going to flop, there's a lot more data to support that is probably not a great bet. We'll see. But we're dealing with Christopher Nolan. Now, we have...
Let's just go to this one.
The Odyssey backlash has been like nothing I've ever seen for a film on this scale. It is absolutely insane and 100% deserved. Nolan's run is essentially unmatched. And then it says, Nolan's run becomes even stronger, adjusted for inflation. And I keep asking all of these questions, yada, 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 just to kind of get some more clarity. And
I'm kind of confused on this guy's logic.
Casting that should be criticized like crazy. I still do think casting that should be a good movie with some very, very, personally, but we'll see. I think it's going to be a good movie with some very, very distracting casting that should be criticized like crazy. I still do think that the movie has a chance to be very good because it's Christopher Nolan, but there's a chance that this could be a step back for him as well. Time will tell. Now, they're buying movie theater tickets. One that stood again, where we're just never really was that success. Welcome to the Candace Owens world of pop culture now. Concerns, and I share some of those concerns.
Or do you just let it go? I told you so.
The box office. Fuck me, dude. Anyway, there's that.
How do you tell somebody
I do with this shit? Groypers, Mossad, the CIA under Trump, the Jews and the normies are all conspiring, guys. Conspiring to Mossad, the CIA under Trump, the Jews and Mossad. This Trump's CIA is the CIA is behind the Odyssey's success. It's the CIA. Trump's CIA back for him as well. Time will tell, but I do think it's going to do pretty good at the box office. It's not going to fail. I just don't see there's almost no scenario where this movie fails, in my opinion. I have been saying consistently, even with all the controversy, even with all the hate, even with all the negativity, that I believe that the Odyssey will end up being a good movie, and I do believe it will be successful.
It's going to be a massive success.
You know, there's still people out there that think this movie's completely going to flop.
I know, they're retarded.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
that's ridiculous.
So yes, the movie's going to make a lot of money. Is it going to make $1 billion? I don't know.
I'm thinking
I really
more around
don't
the
know.
800 million.
This dude looks like John Bonthal. I thought it was John Bonthal for a while. Epic Mike, I should choose that name. This is a Quigless guy, he was from the show.
800 has been the number that I've
think
been
that's
putting it at.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to make $1 billion. It would be better for me from a business standpoint to say Christopher Nolan's going woke and he's ruining everything and all. Like, so I just have to be honest. I'm looking forward to it. 800 million is my number, but I think it's probably going to do over $1 billion. I don't like when everybody just agrees on every fucking thing, dude. It's boring as fuck. It's seriously boring as fuck. I am the one person in this sphere that has said, I think the Odyssey is going to be really good. Now, a lot of people have said they think it'll do well financially. I'm the only one that keeps saying, I think the movie's going to be really fucking good. I'm the only one that's had the balls to say that. And I stand by it. If I'm wrong...
He's not the only one, man. You know, there's a lot of people that think it's going to be good, thought it was going to be good. Come on.
I'll admit I'm wrong, but I'm pretty fucking confident I'm going to be right. A lot of people...
I think a lot of he's obviously got this dopamine hit of being paid. These, I hate super chats, but super chats, I hate them. Jimmy don't think I didn't notice what he did on NFT. That was a masterclass. You know how to bring out the good and bad of people.
I'll admit I'm wrong, but I'm pretty fucking confident I'm going to be right. A lot of people are missing the obvious, that Christopher Nolan has not made a film that has performed terribly in his entire career. I tried to warn you. You all laughed at me. You all said I was just a Nolan fanboy. I said this movie is going to be a massive fucking success. Normies are going to eat.
Nobody said he was a Nolan fanboy. Nobody's ever said that. This dude has got like an ego on a whole nother level.
Eat it up, and we all called it woke DEI slop. So the next time woke DEI slop is mentioned, nobody...
I was told by right-wing internet experts that this movie would be a woke DEI flop.
Nobody's gonna fucking take you seriously because the movie of the fucking year, everybody labeled it as woke DEI slop. And I said it, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree. And everybody looked at me and said, you're wrong, you're insane, you're stupid. And I'm like, okay, prepare to be...
This dude doesn't have a life. Nobody said that.
Looking very stupid in a few days. Criticize the casting because it should be criticized. But have a little perspective when you're talking about it. Or you can just be in your bubble, in your echo chamber, and just bitch about things because it worked with Snow White. And it
That's what you were doing too, man.
worked with Captain Marvel. And it worked with Kathleen Kennedy. And it worked with Ryan Johnson and J.J. Abrams in the Disney live-action remakes. You were all put in a fucking bot lobby in Fortnite, and they made you think that you were good. And then they put you in a fucking lobby with legit people, and now you're about to get fucking wrecked. Jor-El Cobra, trying to warn everybody. Everybody gets mad. Try to tell the Kryptonian Council, guys, you're walking into a fucking buzzsaw. No, this is going to be a flop. This is going to be a disaster. This is going to ruin Nolan's career. Like, do you understand what the fuck's about to happen? No credibility after this. The next Disney movie that has dislikes, who the fuck's going to listen to that after the fucking Odyssey does $1 billion and everybody loves it? Who fucking cares? Context is important. Whether it's Rachel Zegler or Brie Larson or Ryan Johnson or J.J. Abrams or Kathleen Kennedy, and we dunked on them. And then everybody just got the confidence that, oh, we can handle it. We can handle any lobby. And now you're being thrown into a real lobby against Nolan, and everybody thinks that this movie's going to flop, and you're going to all look like fucking retards. That's what's going to happen. This ain't Rachel Zegler. This ain't Brie Larson. This ain't Kathleen Kennedy. This ain't Ryan Johnson. That's my argument, is like, people have no concept of what's about to happen. And it's going to make everybody look really fucking bad when this movie is a success, and they're like, it was good. This is a flop. DEI flop. Because Matt Walsh told me. Okay. That's what I think. I think you all are in a fucking bubble, and your bubble's about to get burst. This movie is going to be debated and discussed, and it's going to be a massive fucking success, just like I said. It just is.
He's really tooting something, man. Let's move on. I can't stand that dude. I want to find something else.
Welcome back to Slop Live. Today's Slopic is about the Odyssey, the latest movie from Christopher Nolan. There's been a lot of discourse about it in the last few months, and if you somehow avoided it, it basically boils down to people complaining that the movie went woke. Complaints that the movie was historically inaccurate for multiple reasons, due to things such as casting Elliot Page, a trans man, as a character in the movie, and Lupita Nyong'o, a black woman, as Helen of Troy. All this outrage, and they ended up having about 9 minutes total screen time in an almost 3-hour movie. Anyway, due to living in a bubble, many of these people convinced themselves the movie was going to flop, with tweets like this before the movie came out, saying Odyssey will flop, and saying Christopher Nolan has created his first flop, and that the Odyssey is going to lose money, and he deserves it. Well, the movie came out, and it's anything but a flop, leading to absolutely astronomical levels of cope. The Odyssey grossed $264 million in its worldwide opening, which is the biggest opening for Christopher Nolan ever. So naturally, the goalposts shifted. One tweet saying, "What they don't tell you is it's only the third biggest opening of the year, behind Toy Story 5 and the Super Mario Galaxy movie." Translation: not as good as a talking toy and a video game movie. They don't tell you it likely needs around 800 million worldwide just to break even. The Odyssey also ended up with a 95% critic rating on Rotten Tomatoes and a 97% rating on audience score. Well, the new narrative now is that the real audience score is sitting at 56%, not the fake 97% that they're showing. A Reddit user had looked at the broad JSON data and says it's actually 56%, as the unverified ratings were 498 likes and 388 dislikes, saying that real people are dragging this butchered mess, and Rotten Tomatoes is bending over backwards to protect it. Well, despite the narrative, this isn't just exclusive to the Odyssey, this is just how Rotten Tomatoes is for every recent movie. I've said before that this system sucks, but in order to try and combat review bombing, Rotten Tomatoes' audience score is based on verified ticket sales, usually in the first week or so of the film's release, and this does usually skew unnaturally positive. An example I've used in the past is that the Melania movie has a 99% verified audience rating. You actually have to click and expand the audience score to review the unverified ratings as well. With the unverified audience rating and people review bombing the Odyssey, you end up with a score like 56%. As there's a low sample size, so it's easier to skew the score with review bombing. We also had tweets like this saying the real scores for the Odyssey have dropped. 5.3. The actual customers have spoken. The shills will seethe. With a screenshot of the Metacritic score, the site famous for never having review bombing ever. Currently, it's sitting at a 5.1 with 1,840 user ratings. So how do the scores look on the sites people actually use? Over on IMDb, the Odyssey currently has an 8.4 with 146,000 ratings already. Of course, if you look at the scores, there are still 15,000 one-star reviews, but they're not really able to make a dent. And over on Letterboxd, the Odyssey has a 4.35 out of 5 based on 1.1 million ratings. Though I'm sure they'll claim these sites are botted or paid off or something like that. And now onto the final level of cope. We have this one saying, breaking. The Odyssey is faking ticket sales by buying up theaters and seats to make the movie look like a success. Moviegoers are reporting having to take terrible seats, but when they show up, the theaters are mostly empty. And their source for this information is one Reddit post and its comments, which already isn't exactly proof, and the subreddit this was posted to is actually cropped out in the image. Well, isn't exactly proof, and the subreddit this was posted to is actually cropped out in the image. Well, I managed to locate the original post, and it was on r/the critical drinker. Now, if you're not familiar with the critical drinker, let's just say him and his fans aren't the biggest fan of the Odyssey. So it was on r/the critical drinker. Managed to locate the original post, and it was on r/the critical drinker. Now, if you're not familiar with the critical drinker, let's just say him and his fans aren't the biggest fan of the Odyssey. So there might be a little bias going on here. There really is just mass levels of psychosis going on here because people are unable to cope with the fact that the movie is successful. Who would have thought one of the most popular directors on the planet directing one of the most well-known stories on the planet would do well at the box office. This video was of course a paid shill by Hollywood, The Odyssey in cinemas at IMAX now.
Folks, Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is not really about Homer's Odyssey. Yeah, I'll explain in a second. In fact, Nolan actually takes Christian morality and injects it into a poem that describes a litany of savagery in a pagan civilization. But in the meantime, critics of the film from the right are upset about woke casting and literary inaccuracies, and I think they are committing a gigantic self-own in the process. Now, I don't know what Christopher Nolan's politics are. I do know that The Odyssey had a blowout weekend at the box office, which was predictable because it's a good movie, and Christopher Nolan's an amazing filmmaker. And here is the thing. If you actually watch the movie, it has an inherently biblical message. It does. And people are missing that for the trees. Spoilers ahead. There's a lot of speculation on the right that over the weekend, The Odyssey was going to bomb. That The Odyssey was going to underperform. The Odyssey was never going to underperform. It was never going to underperform. It is a star-studded epic directed by Christopher Nolan, who took the story of developing the nuclear bomb and also a Senate hearing and turned that into a box office hit. Christopher Nolan can open a movie, period. If you thought people were not going to go see The Odyssey because, like you, they were very, very mad that Lupita Nyong'o was cast for 3 minutes total screen time as Helen of Troy, or that people were just going to not go sit through one of the great filmmaking epics of all time because of the idiotic, and it is idiotic, casting of Elliot Page. And I call her Elliot Page because you can legally change her name. You can't legally change your sex. True. And it's idiotic casting. I mean, I talked about this. Go watch my review on YouTube. Okay, but if you thought people weren't going to go watch the movie because of your upset over casting decisions, wrong. Wrong. There are times when politics affects a movie so badly that you don't want to see it. Where it overcomes the presumption of wanting to see a film. So, for example, when Disney made Snow White, the remake, and they decided to put in a bunch of kind of woke silliness, people didn't go see it. Number one, because I'm not going to see that for my own enjoyment. I'm going to take my kids to the movies. Do I want my kids to see those values? No. It's a different thing when it's a movie for adults. Second of all, it's Christopher Nolan, okay? It's not the same thing as a bad James Gunn film. It's Christopher fucking Nolan. He's the directors. James Gunn has to make a bona fide good film for people to go see it. Christopher Nolan is good at making films. In fact, he is great at making films. In fact, he's probably a top 3 to top 5 all-time filmmaker. If you're talking about top all-time filmmakers, you are talking right now about people like John Ford, Christopher Nolan, Steven Spielberg, William Wyler. This bizarre idea that no one was going to go see The Odyssey because you were pissed off at the multiracial casting is really, really silly. But a lot of the right bought into this. And not only that, a lot of the right, I think, is reveling in the idea that the sort of cultural blackpilling of it. Now, again, I've talked at length about the thematic of the movie. And I'll get into more of it in a second. But some of the people who are most into this sort of blackpilling, the people who are like, what has conservatism ever conserved? These same people putting out tweets about how terrible the Odyssey is. Quote, I don't know all the issues with Nolan's Odyssey because I saw a black Helen of Troy and a tiny Troon playing a war hero, that'd be Elliot Page, and I didn't give him my money because the movie was obviously made to destroy my civilization. Is that so hard? Yes, Nolan was sitting there thinking, how do I destroy Western civilization when he made the Odyssey? Okay, there's some great irony to this. Like, truly great irony to this. Here's what you need working properly. Your cell phone coverage. You do. Now, what would you do if a $100 bill just suddenly fell from the sky and into your wallet? Well, if you've heard me talk about Pure Talk over the years and thought, yeah, maybe someday I'll do that, this would be that day. Because right now they are offering you 3 months for $15 on any plan. It's one of the easiest recommendations I've ever made because, again, this is a very, very, very good deal. Like a great deal. Again, in case you missed it, for the first time ever, every Pure Talk plan is just $15 a month for your first 3 months. Even the unlimited plans, even their premium plan, that's up to $150 in savings just for switching right now. You get reliable service, unlimited high-speed data, 100% US-based customer service, no contracts, no cancellation fees. The offer's not going to be around long because, I mean, frankly, I don't even understand how they can afford it right now. Don't wait. Go to puretalk.com/Shapiro and make the switch. Again, that's puretalk.com/Shapiro. Again, the plans, we're talking like unlimited data for $15 a month for the first 3 months. That's saving a lot of money just in the first 3 months. And then when that's over, you're still getting an amazing rate and you're getting great coverage and all the things you want, including great customer service and all the rest. Go to puretalk.com/Shapiro and get started right now. Let me talk about the thematic of the Odyssey for a second. Okay, if there is a thematic flaw to the Odyssey, it's that it's not really the Odyssey. Okay, the reason I say this, Rob Henderson points this out at Daily Wire. It's got a very good review and it's accurate. Okay, dirty little secret about the Odyssey. The Odyssey is not, in Christopher Nolan's vision, a Greek tragedy. It is not. Because it turns out that the way of Greece was physical domination, mistreatment of women, destruction of your enemies, and glory in battle. Right? That is the way that the Odyssey reads. If you go back and you read Homer's epic, it is not, in fact, Odysseus sitting there upset over his life. It is Odysseus going on a series of adventures, going home and killing everybody. That is what the Odyssey is. It is incredibly episodic. There's no character development. Hard to make a movie like that. Okay, so what does Christopher Nolan do? What Christopher Nolan actually does is he delivers, I kid you not, a Christian panegyric poured into a Greek vase. That is what Christopher Nolan is doing on a moral level. Okay, spoiler alerts to come for those who missed the review. Here is what the Odyssey is actually about, the movie, not the actual original poem, the movie. What the movie is about is the idea that if you violate the golden rule, treat others as you would be treated, that if you violate the golden rule, you shatter something fundamental in the universe and it unleashes dark forces on the universe, which sometimes can only be rebottled and hemmed in by an act that continues to violate morality, but then you have to accept the punishment. That is the theme of Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. The entire basic idea, and again, this is not Greek. It doesn't come from Homer. Right? Leo Leibovitz also points this out over Italian. It's perfectly obvious. Okay, this is actually a Christian allegory. I mean, how do you miss this? Honestly, it is a Christian allegory because the whole thing is a biblical take. Okay, Christopher Nolan establishes at the beginning of the film something that he calls Zeus's rule. What is Zeus's rule? Zeus's rule is treat others as you would be treated because you don't know who is a god in disguise. Now, you may notice that treat others as you would be treated is the golden rule. The silver rule appears in the Old Testament. That's don't treat others as you would not want to be treated. The golden rule comes from the New Testament. Okay, and usually it finishes because comes from the New Testament. The silver rule appears in the Old Testament. That's don't treat others as you would not want to be treated. The golden rule comes from the New Testament. As you would be treated because you don't know who is a god in disguise. Now, you may notice that treat others as you would be treated is the golden rule. The silver rule appears in the Old Testament. That's don't treat others as you would not want to be treated. The golden rule comes from the New Testament. Okay, and usually it finishes because God made man in his image. Nolan takes that and flips it and says because any person could be a god. Okay, this is not something that the Greeks cared about.
There's something else that got my attention.
Suddenly fell from the sky and into your wallet. .com/Shapiro and get started right now. Let me talk about this. Got a very good review, and it's accurate. That the way of Greece was physical domination, mistreatment of women, destruction of your enemies, and glory in battle. Right? That is the way that the Odyssey reads. If you go back and you read Homer's epic, it is not, in fact, Odysseus sitting there upset over his life. It is Odysseus going on a series of adventures, going home and killing everybody. That is what the Odyssey is. It is incredibly episodic. There's no character development. Hard to make a movie like that. Okay, so what does Christopher Nolan do? What Christopher Nolan actually does is he delivers, I kid you not, a Christian panegyric poured into a Greek vase. That is what Christopher Nolan is doing on a moral level. Okay, spoiler alerts to come for those who missed the review. Here is what the Odyssey is actually about, the movie, not the actual original poem, the movie. What the movie is about is the idea that if you violate the golden rule, treat others as you would be treated, that if you violate the golden rule, you shatter something fundamental in the universe and it unleashes dark forces on the universe, which sometimes can only be rebottled and hemmed in by an act that continues to violate morality, but then you have to accept the punishment. That is the theme of Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. The entire basic idea, and again, this is not Greek. It doesn't come from Homer. Right? Leo Leibovitz also points this out over It's perfectly obvious. Okay, this is actually a Christian allegory. It's the basic, but then you have to accept the punishment. That be rebottled and hemmed in by an act that continues to violate morality, but then you have to accept the punishment. That is the theme of Christopher Nolan's Odyssey. The entire basic idea, and again, this is not Greek. It doesn't come from Homer. Right? Leo Leibovitz also points this out over It's perfectly obvious. Okay, this is actually a Christian allegory. I mean, how do you miss this? Honestly, it is a Christian allegory because the whole thing is a biblical take. Okay, Christopher Nolan establishes at the beginning of the film something that he calls Zeus's rule. What is Zeus's rule? Zeus's rule is treat others as you would be treated because you don't know who. Nolan takes that and flips it and says because any person could be a god. Okay, this is not something that the Greeks cared about. Okay, he's taking a Christian rule, a Judaic rule, a biblical rule, and he is putting it into the story. And then the idea is that by Odysseus violating that rule through the Trojan horse, through subterfuge and corruption, and unleashing hell on Troy, he has committed a grave sin. And that grave sin has now unleashed on the world a norm of violating the golden rule. Made man in his image. Nolan takes that and flips it and says because any person could be a god. Okay, this is not something that the Greeks cared about. Okay, he's taking a Christian rule, a Judaic rule, a biblical rule, and he is putting it into the story. And then the idea is that by Odysseus violating that rule through the Trojan horse, through subterfuge and corruption, and unleashing hell on Troy, he has committed a grave sin. And that grave sin has now unleashed on the world a norm of violating the golden rule in which sea peoples are now violating that rule at their whim. And in order to, peoples are now world a norm of violating, and that grave sin has now unleashed on the world a norm of violating the golden rule in which sea peoples are now violating that rule.
Because he violated the rule, now other people are doing it normally. So, one man's act has caused a lot of other people to do it. And they could have been doing it at the same time.
A norm of violating the golden rule in which sea peoples are now violating that rule at their whim. And in order to stop that entire thing, Odysseus has to come home. He has to slaughter the suitors who are taking advantage of the golden rule, because you can't allow people to take advantage of the golden rule. Or you can't allow people to cynically cite the golden rule while they eat you out of house and home, which is what the suitors are doing. You have to slaughter them in violation of the golden rule while they eat you out of house and home, which is what the suitors are doing. You have to slaughter them in violation of the golden rule. And then you have to go into exile and accept the penalty for your sin.
So basically, because Odysseus caused all this, that's what caused Hideous, or whatever his name is, Robert Pattinson's character, to do what he's doing. Even though if Odysseus hadn't done anything, that character would have done what he does anyway. But because his actions led to his actions, he's got to kill all the suitors. But because because essentially what's happening is they are violating the golden rule. So Odysseus has to kill them for violating the golden rule. But Odysseus is still violating the golden rule by killing them. He's doing a lesser of two evils. So you got to determine what is the lesser evil. He's already done the great evil of violating the golden rule, because even though he didn't kill like all the innocent people, he essentially led that entire battle. Yes. He opened the doors to the rest of the soldiers to get in and start killing not only the Trojan soldiers but the Trojan citizens, the citizens of Troy, which is why he has hallucinations of Athena in the guise of that woman. Anyway, that got beheaded. Anyway, so because of that, you got so much suitors like Robert Pattinson's character violating the visitors law of eating out of house and home, like Ben Shapiro just said. And now Odysseus has to kill those people in order to right that wrong. But he's committing another wrong. So which one is the greater evil? What the suitors are doing, or him killing the suitors? No, his killing is the lesser of two evils because he's righting that wrong that he originally caused. You guys are violating my home because of what I originally did. Now I have to right this wrong by killing him. But because he's still sinning, he has to be exiled, aka punished. But he was already punished before on the raft by Poseidon.
That's the actual moral arc of the movie. Does that sound radically anti-Western civilization to you? See, Western civilization is not just Greek. Western civilization is Greek and Jerusalem. Some people might even have written books about Athens and Jerusalem. It's called The Right Side of History. Available wherever fine books are sold, talking about what we got from Greece, what we got from Jerusalem. Now, Nolan is obviously not doing an openly Christian film here because it's the Odyssey. And I don't know what Christopher Nolan's religious precepts are, but it is impossible to live in the West without drinking from the well that is that set of biblical values. And that's what's in the Odyssey. Now, again, I think there are a bunch of weird oddities about the movie, ranging from the casting of Elliot Page to the use of dad and mom. I've said before, I don't think the Lupita Nyong'o thing is anything. I think it's incredibly stupid to get all upset about the Lupita Nyong'o thing, because guess what? Diane Kruger's German. And everybody's like, Achilles probably looked like Brad Pitt. Well, actually, he probably looked like a Greek guy. Brad Pitt is not Greek. I see that none of you are very upset about Tom Holland being cast as Telemachus. Do you think Tom Holland looks like a Greek kid? Like from 700 or 1200 BCE? I have doubts. Because I don't care about any of that, because when it comes to mythology, you can play with it. And again, the movie goes out of its way to say that the reason the war was launched is not because Helen was the most beautiful woman ever, but because that was a pretext for the actual war.
Before Jesus actually
in the same way, the casting of Zendaya is not a problem. The reason that Zendaya is Athena is because it's a very clever bit of filmmaking. What Christopher Nolan does is he shows Matt Damon's Odysseus view a civilian being murdered in front of him, who is Zendaya, simultaneous with the beheading of an Athena statue, and he now identifies the beheaded civilian with Athena. Okay, that's what he's doing. Okay, but again, the broader point here is that if conservatives form their own little bubble, and if they don't realize that reality continues to exist, that the Odyssey will make a bunch of money, which it did over the weekend, that it did worldwide, $264 million, that if you keep boxing yourself into this idea that everyone thinks in your peculiar way, you're going to run yourself into a political box canyon, and the results are not going to be beneficial. What an amazing video you just watched. Wasn't that amazing? Well, if you think so, head on over to dailywire.com/subscribe to watch the full show ad-free, or check out this crazy story here.
Right, welcome ladies and gents. I've got a very funny one for you today. Genuinely a very funny one. So Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey has released. People are praising it, people are loving it. Obviously some people are not.
Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro is praising Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, arguing that right-wing criticisms of the film are not in good faith.
The film had a huge opening weekend at the box office, despite getting some backlash.
Conservative commentator Ben Shapiro is praising Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, arguing that right-wing criticisms of the film are not in good faith.
The film had a huge opening weekend at the box office, despite getting some backlash, and even calls for boycotts from some online over supposedly woke or DEI casting. Here was Shapiro on his show recently.
I know a lot of people were like, oh my God, Lupita Nyong'o is supposed to look like Diane Kruger. I don't know, Diane Kruger doesn't look very Greek. She's German. It doesn't take me out of the film that there's a multiracial cast. If you want to make the case everybody needs to be Greek to be authentic, I think you can make that case. If you want to make the case everybody has to be white, I think that that is a lesser case because white people and Greek are not quite the same thing.
And here was more from Shapiro.
It turns out that the people are willing to undergo some bad politics and some bad decision making if the film is great. But if conservatives...
Well, to be fair, white people and Greeks are more or less the same thing. Look at where Greece is. There may be a different version, right? Where is Greece? Greece is a country in southeastern Europe, with thousands of islands, southeastern. Greece ethnicity. Western Europe. Oh, racism. Southern European ethnic group. Are they white or black? Olive skin, brown hair, and brown eyes. Olive skin. So what? And of course, this is subjective. On the keyword combine. White is what the fuck am I trying to like? God damn it. Olive skin can range from very pale to very dark. Many white individuals, particularly those by the way of descent, unlike olive skin. However, being olive doesn't automatically mean somebody is white. Olive skin encompasses a spectrum of interpretation that extends from white to individual. To be honest with you, there is actually no color in human skin. There really isn't. According to photography, not photography teaching, photography 51 teaching, there is human skin actually has color. The color comes from biological pigments from men. Yellow and magenta. Of human skin. That's just skin tone. But there's different tone, but there's not actually color. You know what I'm saying? White is wrong. There is no white. I'm not like pale, there is no red, there is no orange, it's just because it varies. Is white skin actually have what did she say for skin color? Human, maybe she was wrong. Maybe she was wrong. Possible. It's a chunk script. I think magenta's kind of big. Human skin is a mix of pigments and blood flow rather than pure protein use. Turning yellow with tones from got ink in this? So magenta, pink tone, black snow, so tiny, that's what they call pink skins. Just under the surface ants pink red and pink. Yellow, human skin contains yellow melon, a type of melon that provides yellow to reddish hues. So this is what she means by the yellow and the cheek. So the tone of a pale versus the pink skins that I was talking about. Another type of melon provides brown and black shades that combine with yellow and red to create a full spectrum of pink. So you got melanin, you got melanin mixed around with magenta. And magenta is just the vocabulary for the pink skin. See, it's so funny. It's so funny because you see how low we have gotten when animals don't think like this. You get a cat looking at another cat with colors. They probably don't. They don't even see color. They see black and white like dogs. That's a good question. That's a very good question. I see you agree with it. Specifies it. Oh, they do! Probably between shades of yellow and blue and yellow. Their vision is similar to a human with red-green color. So human with red-green color. Oh. That is so interesting. Cats have fewer cold-protecting cells than humans. Well, that's rather so moody. They see more than dogs. You can tell it's been for a little.
Conservatives want to be effective in the culture, you can't just label the entire piece of art bad because a decision in the art is bad. This movie's going to make a fortune. It should make a fortune.
Yeah, so look, I haven't seen it yet. I'm seeing it on Tuesday. So if viewers want to know what I think, you'll tune in for some tweets and some commentary on Wednesday. I haven't seen it, so I'm still trying to, I have an open mind. I'm a big Christopher Nolan fan for the most part. Some of my favorite films he's responsible for. I've also disliked some of his films, so we'll see. My X feed has been 90% discussion of this movie. Of course, we all know by now, many on the right, not many, some on the right objected to certain casting choices he made. It started with Lupita Nyong'o, black woman who's playing Helen of Troy. Some of it was based on some unflattering stills of her from a different movie. Okay. Because Helen of Troy is the most beautiful woman in the world. She's a very beautiful actress.
She is
very Skills beautiful. Were not flattering to. It was from a different movie. And Diane Kruger, who played her in the Troy movie, which I did really like, was great. It's very beautiful, but it's a different movie. Whatever. And then there was some just incorrect information. Elliot Page, who was trans man, was Ellen Page. Is in the movie, and there was the idea that this person was playing Achilles. This is not who this person is playing at all.
Although they are playing a warrior type figure, Sinon, I believe. Yes. If that's even the correct pronunciation.
Sure. Yeah. So we'll see. Matt Damon is not a Greek person. It's fine. No. It's fine. Is the Cyclops played by a real Cyclops? Right. That's what we'll find out. My understanding is the gods are a bit muted in this. which it will be a choice that I don't know how I feel. Like Poseidon is very important to the Odyssey, but I don't know how I feel about that. And also, if it's too dark or too loud, and I can't see it, and I can't hear it, I won't like it. I want color, and I want to be able to hear dialogue. And Christopher Nolan sometimes struggles with this. It's why I didn't like Tenet very much, aside from being just a horrible movie. That's the time travel one he tried, where like the bullets go backwards or whatever. And every time they try to explain how that works, they just turn up the background score, and so you don't know how it works, and people are fighting each other, and I don't know why, and it was a really bad movie.
I feel like you're sort of waving your fist at the clouds here, complaining about various things.
I put subtitles on for everything now, so that I can know what the people are saying.
I do think that is a problem, and it surprises me that there isn't better audio, given that all of the things that have got technically better, that there's not better audio clarity at this point. That seems peculiar to me.
No, I mean, I have a friend big movie guy, who he just likes like the vibrating and the sound and the so he doesn't care about the dialogue. So these movies are great for him.
But love the effect of it.
Dark. You're always like, how do I turn my TV up more so I can see it happening?
No, I mean, I'm not completely opposed to that line of criticism.
But we'll see.
But I am completely opposed to the Lupita Nyong'o line of criticism, because first of all, I find the whole right-wing version of these kind of furors fairly ridiculous a lot of the time. Like, it is acting, it is fiction, you are trying to, it is a creative piece of work. And in this particular case, ancient Troy is located in what is now Turkey, so it's not somebody who has the complexion of you or I anyway. So the whole argument, I think, is just nonsense. And in her particular case, like some of those photos that you're talking about, seeking to show her in a less attractive light, I mean, I have to think there's some sort of racial underpinnings to that, because it's just, we're what, half a century on from Muhammad Ali and others saying black is beautiful and all that, and there is still some resistance to that idea.
I mean, I think it's a bad argument in this case, certainly, because people who lived in the Mediterranean are a mix of, copper-skinned Italian, Egyptian, Middle Eastern. It's three different continents, but it's people who don't necessarily.
They were all mixed around. It was orange mixed with yellow, mixed with fucking tan, mixed with black. Is this what they like? This what are you, nigga? What are you?
Necessarily look what we would say as white.
Sure.
When we think of Greece as European or whatever.
Is that why everybody hates bias? Is that why? Because they don't know what to make of me? Because I'm kind of Egyptian looking.
It's a mix,
yeah.
So it is ridiculous in this case. I mean, some of this is a reaction to often left cultural or progressive cultural appropriation fighting, like how dare you cast, the
lived experience,
right? It has to be an authentic to do this or that kind of thing, which I also
I don't disagree with you there. Yeah.
So, like, they made a fuss when Jacob Elordi was playing Heathcliff because he's swarthy in the
right.
So,
well, and I notice as well, Shapiro got into some, not exactly difficulty, but people on the right were kind of objecting to him, saying that Greeks aren't really white or something.
Yeah.
Well,
white is made up. What is white?
Well,
you're white and I'm white, but we're from totally different
ethnic groups.
Yes. Oh, that does it for us on Rising. Look out for more exclusive YouTube content coming your way later today, and be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the Hills YouTube channel so you never miss any content. And for those of you who like to listen while on the go, we're available anywhere you listen to podcasts. See you later.
How much you bet they would have been that Michael? They would have been that Michael. What's this one?
The Odyssey is all in the news. Its wild success was predicted by a lot of people, but I have something to say. A freaking IKEA chair. Let's go. The Odyssey is a huge hit. The Odyssey, I predict, will be #1 at the box office the second weekend in a row with a good hold. It's doing well at the box office. and everyone seems to love it. But the situation is somewhat familiar to me. Let me tell a little story. The play Hamilton. Hamilton is a big hit on Broadway. It was huge. And when Hamilton came to Los Angeles, the Broadway production of Hamilton came to LA at the Pantages Theater. The hype was off the charts. Tickets were impossible to get. It was sold out for months and months in advance before Hamilton came to town. And a whole group of my friends went to see it. And we all watched this play, Hamilton. And I remember seeing it thinking, well, this is very good, but it reminds me of Schoolhouse Rock. You remember Schoolhouse Rock? It's an extended hip-hop rap version of Schoolhouse Rock with race-swapped historical figures. And I remember at the time thinking, well, that was okay. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It was just okay. And everyone else that I spoke to about Hamilton said they loved it. It was the greatest thing ever. Oh my God, Hamilton. Hamilton was so great. I'm sitting there going, is it though? Is it though? You sure about that? You sure about that? Because I believe people were too afraid to say that Hamilton was just okay. Hamilton was fine. Hamilton was not the life-changing greatest musical of all time. And I know this because every single friend who praised and overpraised and gushed and glazed Hamilton, I asked them, what's your favorite part? What's your favorite song? Give it to me. What do you think? Not a single person could name their favorite song or character. And so I believe the Odyssey is being treated the exact same way. The Odyssey is being treated completely the same way. People are afraid to not love it or overpraise it. And those are my thoughts. The Odyssey is suffering from the Hamilton effect.
People are not afraid.
Same way. People are afraid to not love it or overpraise it. And those are my thoughts. The Odyssey.
People are not afraid. People are afraid to. They are afraid to. They're afraid to.
Odyssey is suffering from the Hamilton effect. People in fear that they can't criticize it at all or say nearly a bad word.
Maybe it might be true. Didn't this happen with one better after another? Major hype, crowds of masterpiece, and then about 2 months after the critics started to work with that just point for they just couldn't figure it out. My favorite part of that movie was the beginning when he said, not you, yes. Probably the same thing, but a lot of people bought their tickets in the day night. Some was to be in the night. Now they have to see. Been a fan for years. Be a drinker, love me, written, dated knowledge, right to review for the program. Profess an opportunity to achieve and hope to perform their know, spinal sheet. Would you like something? I've this twice per minute. It's personal memory. This is fine working hourly. This whole world is crumbling. I mean, the Black Panther and the Dark Area of the World. Could be child life, the racist king, the arts. It's exactly like the movie. F the Odyssey, see Motor City. Black people nowadays don't have the balls to say what they think, that they are wrong, or they will. I honestly think it's a good movie. It's definitely interesting. Lift two steps to grip our door. That's how you make your way, right? Just admit it. It's a boring movie. Judging the intent not good together. Political perspective, I guess, the point of view. It's a low level. I'm reading out the short ones, of course. It's a low level movie. For me, it was torture seeing it. The dialogue wasn't noticing. Nothing exciting, but social media is all about attention. What people have the most to gain by exploring social media for attention on account of being jumping on trends to subvert and sick, or demonize, etc., to get the attention they desperately need, or especially it mitigates the resilience of the it's all very manipulative. It's the movie. It's just a movie. I don't regret seeing it. The only movie I don't even know if I can say I regret seeing Megalopolis. Because I learned something. I don't regret because I learned something.
Audiences want movies that feel real. A growing trend at the 2026 box office suggests audiences are rewarding movies that emphasize practical filmmaking, real locations, and handcrafted effects over heavy CGI and virtual production. Recent hits like The Odyssey, Project Hail Mary, Backrooms, and Obsession all highlighted practical effects, physical sets, and demanding productions in both their filmmaking and marketing. Directors such as Christopher Nolan, filmmaking, Miller openly discussed avoiding excessive green screens and relying on real-world techniques whenever possible. Several major franchise films, including Supergirl, Masters of the Universe, The Mandalorian and Grogu, and Moana, drew criticism from audiences for looking overly artificial or overly reliant on CGI. Even Avengers Doomsday, despite its enormous anticipation, has faced online criticism that its footage appears confined to sound stages rather than delivering the cinematic spectacle audiences expect. Today's moviegoers care not only about the finished film, but also about how it was made. As AI-generated content becomes more common, stories about filmmakers enduring difficult shoots, building practical sets, traveling to remote locations, and using physical effects have become valuable marketing tools. Productions that showcase genuine craftsmanship and are increasingly viewed as offering something AI cannot replicate. Christopher Nolan summed up this philosophy by saying The Odyssey should be difficult, arguing that the challenge is part of what gives the film authenticity. Another notable trend is the strength of original, non-franchise films. Unlike 2025, when nearly every top box office hit came from existing intellectual property, roughly half of the current year's top 10 domestic releases are original stories. The Odyssey is also expected to join that group.
All right. I mean, I can tell you that if the Odyssey relied heavily on green screen and CG, it would probably gotten a 1 out of 10 for me. I will give Nolan credit here, but the general statement here is audiences want real. They want good, but they would prefer real over CG heavy. Do you agree with that?
Well, I will say this, and Alan, you know this as well as I do. When we review indie movies, little small indie movies like Obsession or Backroom, right? Like those movies, the reason they resonate so much is they feel authentic. Sure, there's special effects and whatnot, but the authenticity is in the relationships, the way people act. They don't act like movie people. They react like real people in certain situations. And so much of the superhero stuff looks like AI slop. Even though they may not be using AI, the effects have gotten like noticeably worse. And I think they want movies that feel authentic, especially because so much of what we experience now is fake. I'm talking about, I don't mind seeing AI used for like memes or some joke stuff on like social media. But in movies, I don't think it's going to work. I mean, you saw the announcement that Elon Musk is going to do an Odyssey that's like loyal, that's going to be authentic to the poem, and he's going to use all AI.
Yeah, it'll look awful.
I think it's going to be terrible. I'm sorry. You can augment special effects with AI. I don't think you can replace actors, not entirely, not for anything beyond a meme-like joke. But yeah, this is encouraging because that's the strength of indie movies. That's why Marvel, in their early days, hired mostly indie directors and let them, because independent film is very good at relationships, characters, those kinds of things. And then Marvel sort of adds the spectacle. But what indie film does well is authenticity.
Yeah,
and
I question how much this is true, because I feel like there's been several times where it was all done practically and people just thought it was CGI anyway, because we've been so yes, innately, I do think people want authentic things and they like when it's practically done. But I do feel like sometimes it's practically done and then people still think it's CGI. So you might as well have just CGI'd it. But I think that's just because CGI has regressed so much, or at least the people doing it, because they don't get chances, it's constant changes. They don't get time to, you got a year, make it perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of this, to me, movies and entertainment is art. And, that's why you would much rather buy it like a handcrafted lamp or chest of drawers or something like that versus something that came off a factory assembly line. Mm-hmm. If you had the money, yeah, you would pay for, something someone made, something someone put time and energy into it, put creativity into it. And I feel like these tools that make things faster makes us more lazy. And I would much rather see a piece of art. I'll give Nolan some credit. He was trying to make art. Even my kid drawing things with crayons isn't quite art. But at least she tried, and you reward kids for doing stuff like that. And I believe we have to reward filmmakers who just understand that, that there is an art to all of this and that people are drawn to that and willing to pay a little bit more money for it. Ultimately to me, a good movie is one that people connect with. And I think we connect with authentic, with real things versus stuff made on, CG. CG has just ruined all of that because it's not real. And I think the reason why CG has declined over the last few years is, back in the early days of Jurassic Park, you had people who really cared about how the final product. and they put time and energy in at least making that CG look as real as possible. And I feel like nowadays the tools are just too easy to use that people just don't pay that kind of attention.
A lot of that was actually practical compared to the CG, but a lot of the original Jurassic Park movie, the first one, I'm just going to say Jurassic Park, the first movie, you all know what I'm talking about. More practical than it was CGI. They had a lot of physical shit going on, a lot of animatronics. You know, kind of like with this Pinocchio Unstrung movie. A lot of it was puppetry and animatronics.
And it shows. Supergirl is the greatest example. I think the Fast and Furious, the last 6, just felt like they were animated films with live action people in front of it. And I think in our minds we want real over fake, even if it looks photorealistic or not.
Yeah, I also think that's a case of them abusing physical effects houses or special effects houses where, constant changes. Oh, okay, I know we wanted that scene, but now we want a whole nother scene of them doing this. And with Supergirl, they had 2 different cuts of the movie. So which one are we finalizing our special effects for? Yeah, I think both, basically. But yeah, it's definitely competing directions and not letting them have the time to really hone and lock it in. And then people quit,
Yeah, I mean, there used to be the ILM, these great special effects houses that, Star Wars wasn't real, but damn, ILM sure made it look real. And, they're making the models and all the other things. Pixar used, computer graphics.
Exactly.
But Pixar used to have the standard of excellence. And I just feel like, for whatever reason and the need to not, that this idea of excellence is not something any studio wants to strive anymore because it's the money. It's that bottom line.
Yeah. But then we get a Godzilla, you know what I'm saying? -1, and they take the time and energy and they do all the tricks that you should know if you've been doing it long enough. So it's not that it can't be done. It's just the chances of it being done are low because there's so much meddling post-production.
Right. I mean, it's funny you mentioned Godzilla -1 because, that movie was made for, they say that 12 million was too high. The final number. That looks so great and so real, and yet it cost them less than $10 million probably.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't know. Movies. I don't know if I'm going to watch it now. Sure, and check out the shows.
Boring as shit from the trailer. That would show up. So.
Box offices, it's impressive. You can't deny that. You really can't take that away. And I don't think any of us, just to clarify, I don't think any of us said it would fail at the box office.
Actually, no, I did. And here's the thing.
You did?
Here's the thing. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, right? Like I've done it before with James Gunn. I'm doing it now. I thought, honestly, not even based on the goofy, controversy and the casting. I thought just because this movie looked boring as shit from the trailer, that would show up. So I was wrong about it. I you know what it is? I underestimated Nolan fans. I guess Nolan has a way bigger name.
Nolan fans are no joke, dude.
Because if he can make that shit sell, give Nolan anything he wants. Anything. Because believe me when I say, I don't care how cinematic this movie was. It looked boring as shit. And if you don't get me on the trailer, I'm not going to go watch your movie.
Here's the thing.
The movie did actually look it was boring, honestly. There were some moments where it was boring. I'm going to give you that. There was some moments that were boring.
about the box office.
sweet.
You know, even before we saw the Odyssey, we started talking about the quality of the Odyssey, the IMAX theaters were all sold out. The IMAX 70 millimeters were all sold out.
40% more
the only
tickets
ticket
now.
I could get, the only ticket.
Same thing with Doom Boy too. I thought Doom was fucking boring at times. I found it hard to follow. I was like, what is this supposed to be about? It's like some kind of prophecy or some savior or some god or something. What is this? What the fuck is this about? Okay, his dad died in the first movie. Now he's going to take his place as the king. Kelly Gable, whatever his fucking name is, I don't remember. He points so weird. The only thing I remember is Javier Bardem's. Yeah.
I could get was the 2 a.m. screening in the morning Thursday night. Plus, IMAX tickets are 2 to 3 times more expensive than regular tickets. So already one ticket equals 3 regular tickets. So there's no doubt, regardless of quality, regardless of what you think about it, that this movie wasn't going to succeed this opening weekend.
Well, I do have footage.
So regardless of quality equals 3 regular tickets. So there's no regular tickets. So already IMAX tickets are 2 to 3 times more expensive than regular tickets. So already one ticket equals 3 regular tickets. So there's no.
Hold on a second. What did you just say?
Thursday night. Plus IMAX tickets are 2 to 3 times more expensive.
So an IMAX ticket is actually the same amount as your A-list, $27.99 compared to $18.99. So if you look at an IMAX, and honestly, I think that's okay. So $27.99, and then you got $26.99 for Dolby Cinema ticket. And let me do a comparison just to make sure. Theater. So it's not. No, it's not. IMAX. And IMAX. Applying to. I call them 2D tickets. 2D tickets. The price. Tell them how it's set. Packet numbers, please. And look at it now. I guess I gotta do this. I guess I gotta do it. This and that. It depends on the theater, by the way. It depends on the theater. Let's see. And I'm gonna look at I'm not doing prime time. Look at the arts. Shut up, Mindy. Shut up, Mindy. What am I gonna say? What am I gonna say? You want to look at the tape? Keep it simple. Oh, you know, it is. Yeah, look at me. Now, this is just the San Francisco. This is what AMC Patreon 16. You forget a price part. I'm just going to see. What's the seats racing? Yeah. Now, take off the waive. They waive the fee for A-listers, but this is the price typically. Now, $31.98. He's about right. $12.99 difference. So they're not half price. They're definitely not 3 times. Let's look at it. A regular ticket is $18.99. You see, what is $18.99 times 2? $37.98. I've never seen an IMAX ticket that is that price. They're not even twice. It might be sooner. You look at how much is a regular ticket. I think it's like with discount Tuesday. Look at the seats, and this is the ticket. Same thing. This is regular too. $20.99. This is a regular TV. Typically it's $18. You see, it depends on if you're a senior or a child, just for regular snow. Like how old is Dante? That's 16. Let me see before we go. Okay, we got $20.99. We got $2 more. No, I don't care. I don't care if I insult him. I don't give a damn because you know he's being old, like he's right up in the me. Yeah, I was right to 1949. And then this is the Adam ticket big. This is the XL 58. Ooh. And if it's $20, it's expensive. It is hella expensive, you know. It's hella expensive. So typically a 2D is around 18 months. During prime time, during the whole between 4 and 6. This time right here, so look at 2 p.m. You know what I'm talking about. It's like discounted by like 10 or 20%, give or take. It's just like the social specification. So the other one was like 20. Okay. $27.78. That's still at $24.79. So it's like $3 less. Like $4 less. I forgot how much that was. BBC, the new channel. Hey, look at that. How much? I'm not going to say that. This is what I would like to see if I were to Okay, so look at that 28.8. So we got about $4 less. Estimate. $28.90 for your typical IMAX ticket without the fee, because they waived the fee for AMC A-listers. If you're buying a ticket for sale. So if you're looking at, and then let me compare that to, are we talking about typical tickets? Because I'll tell you right now, a typical ticket is let's just go to, let's do the red one. $16.97. That's matinee. That's what it's called. $16.79. The typical tickets are about $18. Now, if I look at after 6 p.m., this is Metreon 16. By the way, this is standard today. You want $20. Oh, so it's typically 18. Typically it's 18 now. This time it's 21. Typically. It's 2 p.m. 70 million. It's going to be a little bit more, so. Okay, so 1949 compared to 1999. 1949. Wow, 70 millimeters, like an entire, almost a whole dollar, a little bit more than a dollar. That's. And it's set for the two different things. If you look at the Rokier, the 945 p.m., and I think that 70 millimeter is a 10 p.m. Yes, so 1949. I'm of course not thinking about the 299 p.m. 299 cents. 1949 with 914.5. Yeah, so it's the same price. You might as well just see it. You might as well see it 15 minutes later. 70 million. If it's physical range, it's between 1 and 20. I understand that, but is there really a difference in quality? That's the question. What are you going to see? What are you going to see on digital when it comes to streaming? You know, after 7 million. 7 million. If it's a 7 million, you get the service. I mean, you may not be that expensive. It's the same price.
Than regular tickets. So already one ticket equals 3 regular tickets.
Not really.
So there's no doubt.
One thirty. Prices vary.
Out, regardless of quality, regardless of what you think about it, that this movie wasn't going to succeed this opening weekend. More expensive than regular tickets. So already one ticket equals 3 regular tickets. So there's no doubt, regardless of quality, regardless of what you think about it, that this movie wasn't going to succeed this opening weekend.
What is he even saying? How is the price of tickets? How is...
Quality of the Odyssey. The Odyssey.
Damn, I hate this.
And if you don't get me on the trailer, I'm not going to go watch your movie.
Here's the thing about the box office. Even before we saw the Odyssey, before we started talking about the quality of the Odyssey, the IMAX theaters were all sold out. The IMAX 70 millimeters were all sold out.
40% more.
The only ticket I could get was the 2 a.m. screening in the morning Thursday night. Plus, IMAX tickets are 2 to 3 times more expensive than regular tickets. So already one ticket equals 3 regular tickets. So there's no doubt, regardless of quality, regardless of what you think about it, that this movie wasn't going to succeed this opening weekend.
That doesn't say anything about whether or not it would succeed. What does the point is trying to say? Okay, so first of all, IMAX tickets are not twice as big as 2D tickets. Regular tickets are 2D tickets. Regular tickets are $18.99 at AMC alone. Typically, this time they're $2 more. They're $29. IMAX tickets is damn near $27.99. That's for the price of A-list. A-list right now is $27.99. Well, of course, this month I know it's $29. For the price of one ticket, you can get 4 a week. If you see how many weeks are in a month, that is 4 weeks in a month. You get 16. So for the price of one IMAX ticket, you might as well be an A-lister. For the price of one IMAX ticket, you get 16 showtimes. You can't beat that. Best investment I've ever made. With that said, we're looking at roughly $27.99 to roughly $30. Now I don't know if you're paying the fee or not. If you're a regular schmo, you're gonna pay the $2.99 fee. Like I said, you're looking at $30.98, I guess, almost $31. If you're an A-lister and they waive the $2.99 fee or the $2.99 fee, if you really want to be smart ass about it, they're gonna waive that. You're gonna pay just the $29. It's expensive, but it is not twice that amount. Okay, if you look, and I just showed the math here. Look, $18.99. Multiply that times 2. $18.99 times 2 is $37.98. You add in another $18.99, and this is a typical 2D ticket. You're talking about $56.97. I have never seen an IMAX ticket that is even damn near close $50. IMAX? That is 2 IMAX tickets. How many IMAX tickets are you talking about? Quit exaggerating. Just tell the truth. You're a Christian. Tell the truth. Don't exaggerate. Jesus said, "Don't exaggerate. Just tell the truth. How much are they worth?" You don't have to give me the exact math. Just say $19. A 2D ticket is $19. IMAX ticket is fucking $30. It's $11. That's an $11 difference. I don't have to go into that. You want to? Okay, $19 times 2. 19 times 2 is $38. I've never seen an IMAX ticket that's $38. Even after the film.
Well, I do have actual footage of Chris Nolan after the box office receipts came out. Here he is here. We've seen this before, but he looks like he's celebrating. That is, and you know what?
Surrounded by Greek people.
Surrounded by Greek.
Owning the chuds.
Look at that.
Owning the chuds.
Owning the chuds. What do we think about this? What do we think about the first of all, I am really happy, but some people took it further. Check this out. Have you seen this footage here? This is someone actually used a Trojan horse to get into the theater. Let's watch this.
One ticket to see the Odyssey, please.
2 downstairs.
Says it's downstairs.
I think we made it past.
Thank you, good sir.
I like their accents in this. They do.
Oh, there's 2 people.
Ow! God.
And probably more entertaining than the movie.
This can't go in. Nice job. Victory is ours.
Oh my God.
2 downstairs.
Oh my God. Anyways, so there you go. We'll go through some more memes and whatnot. But what do you guys think of the success?
Fucking job.
I think it's inevitable, honestly, when you compare the IMAX tickets that sold out like a year ago, as soon as they went on sale without any trailer being shown, just because Christopher Nolan was going to do the Odyssey, and those IMAX tickets went on sale. I mean, they were already selling out and being resold on eBay for like triple the price, which was insane. But yeah, it was inevitable. It was always going to do well.
Oh,
hi, Chris.
Well, there he goes.
I know. Yeah, I don't know what you said, but
he's so upset that Odyssey's doing well. Darn.
Eric Weber was right.
The question was like the quality.
He's moping now.
Yeah, that's a major reason you can't really trust any of the conversation right now. I mean, here on this channel, of course, but just out there in the interwebs, a lot of people just want to own the chuds. They're saying it's the greatest thing ever, just so we could be wrong. Oh, there's a Greek.
Hey.
Air quotes.
Hey.
Look, the movie is not the greatest thing ever. Come on, man. It's not. I've seen better movies than the Odyssey. Can you really compare the movie? Can you really? Can I compare Gran Turismo based on true story? I'm obsessed with that fucking movie. Fuck obsession. I'm obsessed with Gran Turismo based on true story. If I don't say my overtime broken fingers, we say it like this: Gran Turismo based on true story. Civil fucking war. So Civil War. Obsession. Fuck that words. I don't write backwards that much. I think it's fine, but I think it's a good movie, but I can do without it. You know, I don't need it. I don't hate it, but I don't need it. I actually like the Odyssey movie backwards. Because it takes a lot to impress me when it comes to all this horror shit. It takes a lot, you know. Yeah, it's creepy, but it did give me the chills, honestly. But after you watch the first and second, after the first and second time, you're like, this movie doesn't phase me anymore. I don't like to forget about. Anyway, Top Gun Maverick, of course, and that's normal. I was all about Transformers the entire 2 decades ago when I was 15. Now I'm just like movies that tell stories. Odyssey is one of them, but it's not the greatest thing. It's just a bit boring at times to me. If I really want to give an honest review, I like it, but I'm not overly hyped. I'm like, some people say it's the best thing ever. They think it's the best thing. That just reflects the functionality. And it's a good, not bragged about it. It's a good movie. There's some good things that it really does, especially the Odyssey's story of how he has to do something about what he did. He has to make some type of redemption. He has a redemption story. He redeems himself. And there's a good ending. but it requires your expertise on the Greek mythology. You have to do a bit of research on who Zeus is, what Zeus's law is, who Athena is, who Poseidon is, who the nymph Calypso is. This is coming from somebody who's never even read the poem. I'm not going to read that long ass poem. I didn't even see Troy. You're looking at one of the most removed people there is. You can find me on an island. Have you heard of the Trojan War? Have you heard of the Odyssey? Yes, I have. Have you read it? No. I'm on an island by myself. I'm on an island for 10 years. Where am I going to get a book? Where can I find it? Is there a way for me to get off this island? Anyway, what I'm saying is, it's not the greatest thing, but it's not a terrible movie. There is nothing terrible about the Odyssey. It's not a terrible movie. The only terrible movie I can think of, and I would repeatedly say this, is Megalopolis. Outright ass. I will even say it is even worse than Welcome to Raccoon City. At least Welcome to Raccoon City, it didn't have an ADR issue. It did not have a fucking editing issue. Here's the thing about it, okay? You got Madam Web, terrible ADR. You got Megalopolis, terrible editing and storytelling. And then you got Welcome to Raccoon City, the worst game to film adaptation I've ever made. Even more than the Millie Jovovich movie, hands down. That's how I say it. I'm not going to rate them, that's just how I say it. I don't like to rate things. I can't be good numbers. I like to tell you what I really think and why. With the Odyssey being terrible, boring maybe, but terrible, it sounds like you're trying to grift to get views and likes. Maybe, why did you go see it? That's just like people that hate Avatar. Okay, I dislike Avatar. But is it a terrible movie? I don't dislike it. I love it. I love Avatar. I like Avatar more than I like the Odyssey. Just because it's my type of film. I like Transformers more than I like Odyssey. But if I want to remove myself from Transformers, from Avatar, if I want to get away from those movies a bit and want to see another movie that's more or less based on reality, and then you want to see more or less. That's that. More or less based on reality. I'm sorry. That's the Odyssey.
Hey, George, you finally made it.
Yeah, I've been fighting the summer cold. Sorry about being late.
Oh, it's all good.
Hello, fellow Greek.
Hello, fellow Greek.
Now we've already set up the fact that you speak for all Greeks.
Yes.
So what
Except
what you
for the dumbasses who are going to village theaters in Athens and selling out and buying tickets.
Well, what do you think now that you've seen the film?
Okay. What do I think? I never do scores because I never understood really doing scores for a film. I mean, it's a feeling.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Let's see. I'm still working on my review. I don't feel it's like he was selling a story. I feel it was like selling IMAX. And we're talking about a story outside of Homer. He nailed his version of the story. You know, Homer wrote the greatest homecoming in history, and Nolan wrote the longest apology letter ever filmed. That's pretty much how I view it. Let's see. The three greatest sins of the film. The one actual Greek that was hired who was speaking Greek, having to have his words translated for a Greek who's Indian to tell him we're Greeks from Ithaca.
From a black Greek, by the way, just for fun.
Yeah. And Sinon, I think that's one of the biggest, not the casting, put the casting aside, that's a horse has been beat to death. It's the fact that he took his framing for the gods and for Homer's Odyssey from a Roman perspective. Virgil's Aeneid, I had to translate that damn thing in school from Latin for 5 years. And Sinon represents in Roman view, the ultimate deceiver, the ultimate trickster, right? Homer views it as metis, you know, the use of the Trojan horse as the ultimate in intelligence, which is why Athena always loved Odysseus and supported him because she wasn't just a goddess of war. It was wisdom, strategy, intelligence, cunning. It's not brute force, it's mind.
Well, I think that's a problem people have with, I feel kind of like you, George. The first time I saw the movie, I was still processing it. I mean, Alan immediately didn't respond to it. That's fine. I was sitting there ruminating over, the spectacle really got me. I love the spectacle, the Cyclops scene, all of that aspect of the movie I really loved, but I really had to process, like, what about it didn't work for me? I think a lot of it is, the modern language didn't work for me. The castings, that's the biggest point of controversy. I don't think
nothing really works for Chris. He likes indie movies.
He was as big a
he likes movies like Obsession. Give him Obsession, let him watch it all day. And Obsession is it's a great movie. I'm not gonna lie. It's a great indie movie. It's not Hollywood. It's a great indie movie. But still, he's not satisfied with anything.
Deal as people thought it would be, but the castings, that's the biggest point of controversy. I don't think it was as big a deal as people thought it would be, but I've got here's some the Cyclops thing, all of that I really enjoyed. Among other scenes, the giants.
Yeah, the Giants see the armor threw me off. I think if Nolan hadn't called it the Odyssey and then named it something else, even
like
setting
Christopher
it.
Nolan's The Odyssey.
No, nothing. No Odyssey, no Homer. If he had just said, "Here's this ancient epic," I don't think anybody would have had a problem with it. But when you start talking about a foundational piece of Western literature, something that has helped shape our culture. Think about it this way. If Homer was the father of Western culture, right, and Greece is the mother of Western civilization, I pretty much view Nolan like the pimp who fucked our parents just to film it on 70 millimeter.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, there you go. Okay, here's Chris Nolan talking about some of the effects and whatnot. I think this is interesting.
Friend Guillermo del Toro of many years, a monster is never just a monster.
I want you to imagine a scale, and let's call this the how the hell am I going to do this scale? Let's say the truck flip from Dark Knight's there. Let's say the hallway from Inception's there. Maybe Trinity Test is right here. The Cyclops scene, where does that fall in the how the hell am I going to do this?
Oh, right at the top. I mean, that was a terrifying challenge for all of us.
Why is that?
Because I wanted to tell the story with a credible tone. My rule for everybody involved in the film was give them a reason to believe. As moviegoers, we want to see extraordinary things. We want to go to extraordinary places. So we need a reason to believe. And a lot of that is tone. And tone is technical. Tone is, okay, how do you photograph? We're going to real places. We're shooting real things as much as possible. We're on the deck of real boats in a real storm. We're doing all of this stuff. So suddenly you then moving into, and the Cyclops is the first pure fantasy element that comes into the film. So how do we give that some kind of reality? How are we going to do this? And
it's not supposed to be reality, man.
Right. I love the Cyclops. I will tell you that.
Yeah, look, I saw a still.
I mean, he said, how does he make it real? Not that he makes it reality. How does he make it look real? It's not about being reality. We know it's not reality. This is based off a work of fiction. But if you look at it, the Odyssey itself, and I haven't read it, but based on what I've read about it, it's a work of fantasy that's based off that period of reality. Homer had to go by his own time period. Within no time period, they had their set beliefs of what we call Greek mythology. Back then, it wasn't mythology. Back then, it was reality. They believed in Zeus. They believed in Athena. They believed in Hades and all this stuff. They believed in his gods. And several in other countries had their own beliefs. You had Buddha in whatever country you had. It talks, you get hints of it in the Bible itself, how God said, do not worship other gods other than me. The other people that do this, don't be like one of those people. You people that are for me. You worship me only. Don't go worship the God Baal. That God is a false God. He doesn't exist. And all gods will have their own little thing that they say other gods don't exist. But I personally believe in God. But what I'm saying is they believe Olympic gods. But the Greek mythology is so convoluted because before them was the Titans, and before them was like Gaia and her son, which is called the god of the sky. Apparently Gaia had sex with her own son to both the Titans, and the Titans were all ancestral, incest, have sex with each other for both gods. To me, it was all about how the world was unfolding and coming, what we know, like Gaia represents prehistoric Earth, whatever, doing the dinosaurs, and then the sky is when it was from different forms of it.
They built a giant puppet, and then they used enhancement with CGI, but it's not CGI.
Right. My problem again is I'll tell you the things that I liked about it. I liked the Cyclops, right? I didn't like the way it was presented. Meaning the storyline of a Cyclops. This more sensitive, because that's directly.
Well, they missed the whole nobody thing, but
I know which they did.
Here's something George worth sharing here. It's the Chris Nolan checklist. We got. Let's see. Maybe you read that for me, Badger.
Long running time, check. Overly complicated plot, check. Non-linear narrative structure, check. Practical effects, minimal use of CGI, A-list cast, big budget, hard to follow action sequences, that's definitely important. Bombastic musical score, muddy sound, an IMAX release, and of course, critical praise.
So I think that scale hits it. That scale hits it.
The non-linear this time is the only thing that really is not his fault, because he's supposedly following Homer, because you have a lot of flashbacks. But again, the issue, I think he has a future in horror. The Cersei scene, I will tell you, I'm not a body horror fan, but that, that was real.
That was the best part of the movie.
Yep.
Yeah. Turning the men into pigs. I thought that scene was excellent as well.
Yes.
So. But the movie for me was a mixed bag in the end. So, and the one positive story I saw about the movie that I thought was great is that so many people are reading the Odyssey, like books, looking up videos, like the interest level in just the original story and source material.
I'm myself interested in the original story because I've never read it. I've heard about it so many times, I've never read it. I've looked into it, but I don't know. I've downloaded it. I'm not going to read it. It's too long.
Material is off the charts. So I find that a positive result of all of this.
You don't think it concerns you a little?
I wonder which translation they will read, and if they'll. I wonder.
Result of all of this.
You don't think it concerns you a little?
Why is it consoling? Why would it be consoling? It's like the Bible. The Bible's favorite.
I wonder which translation they will read, and if they'll still feel the same way about the film after they read a certain translation. That's not Emily Wilson's. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I'm a little disappointed actually in that. I'll tell you.
Okay, so I'm not going to read a translation. I'm going to read the original book in English. I want to find the original one. So take the original one that's in Greek, translate that to English. That's it. I know everything is not going to be translated. I don't care about that. I just want a modern day English version of that Greek translation. That's it. Not no Emily whatever translation. I want no other person's interpretation. I want an actual translation. I feel this translation.
Tell you why. It's not like Lord of the Rings. After Jackson put out Lord of the Rings, I think they added another 50 million readers over the next 10 years. The problem is, again, which translation are you going to get? But
English.
count that versus how many millions of people are going to walk out of a theater and going, that's Homer. That's the Odyssey. You know that. They're going to walk out of there. They're not going to read the book. They're going to go, this is it. If everybody walked out and said, I'm going to go read the book, no one would like the movie. They would have to say, okay, this isn't Homer's Odyssey. This is Nolan's whatever. And you understand, Chris, I used to be a huge Nolan fan. I mean, I had the shirts, the collectibles, the movies. But
for the record, I'm still a Nolan fan. Yeah. I still think, look, even at his worst, he's still better than 90% of the directors in Hollywood right now. So I mean, it's Chris Nolan, right? I mean, there's no denying that this guy is beyond talented. Don't get me wrong, I don't love all of his films, but I like enough of them to say, he's that guy right now in Hollywood. My problem with this whole movie, man, honestly, I feel like it's just one giant op. I feel like it's an op, dude. I feel like this was Hollywood saying, hey, you know what? People aren't liking the race swapping. They're not liking the gender swapping. You know, we got to do something. You know, who can we get? And they got Chris Nolan, right? They dumped a truckload of money at his door. They convinced him somehow to make this movie and cast it the way he cast it and all this other shit. Here's my question. What lesson do you think Hollywood's going to take from this movie?
Yeah, they can double down now on DEI. See, that's the problem. We talked about this before, Verbal. If this thing ends up in the long run succeeding, they're not going to be like, oh, they're going to go back to their old formula. And I'm sorry, I used to be a Chris Nolan fan. I can't, it's too personal for me, not only as a Greek first.
Can you share my screen, Chris?
What he's done.
Yeah, sure. I think it was Dante that might have made me aware of this one, but this is what they're going to learn.
I actually read this article. This article is it's hilarious. And it's very interesting to me. I went through it last night. The article actually says that, you know, what the chuds have been saying all this time for the past 10 years, that Ghostbusters 2016 wasn't good. The Little Mermaid wasn't good. Last Jedi wasn't good. Elio was full of woke, and those movies were all woke. This article confirms that, not only confirms that, but also says they're terrible. These films are terrible.
That's why they failed. They were just bad movies.
Yeah,
but
they
it
were
wasn't
just
any
bad
of the wokeness.
movies. And it might have taken them 10 years to get here, but they finally did it. They finally have. And this movie calls it a woke movie, or this article calls it a woke movie, because they're saying that it breaks the go woke, go broke movie, thereby confirming that the movie is.
I won't say it's a woke movie. It has some wokeness in it, but to call this a woke movie is to call wicked woke. They race swap two of the primary characters. I'm a fan. Diverse, marginalized people. We're the marginalized races. Black, Latino. Just said, just woke. Wicked as woke, period. You didn't say shit about it. You didn't say it's the Masters of the Universe. Goddamn warrior goddess is biracial because her father in the poems is portrayed by a black man. In the original show, he's white. His daughter seems white, even though really she's the daughter of the goddess that they gave, not the goddess, but like the sorceress that gave humans fucking sort of power. But there's other white ones besides that. There's the whole fact that Adam himself was wearing pink show. His boss is a girl boss. Don't you know type man, Bob Blackman? That's trying to be nice, but telling him that he can't touch his phone in front of her and she's having this important conversation while he's trying to find his sword. Adam's ready to look weak. He's saved by a woman. That doesn't mean no type man. Girl boss. Even though Warrior Goddess is like that, he gives her that name because of her status, how good a fighter she is. And the fact that the reason why she can cast spells is because she's the daughter of the sorceress. That's why she's good at magic. But she can't know that until she's not detected as a sorceress. The point of it is the Masters of the Universe was in fact a woke movie, or it had woke themes. I don't really have to say it's a woke movie. If I cannot say Masters of the Universe is a woke movie, I can't say that Wicked is a woke movie. Therefore, I can't really say that Odyssey is a woke movie. Now, can I? Other movies that are woke, Welcome to Raccoon City, Your Valentine, Straight Up Biology. Okay? The character, half white, half Japanese. Look it up. But in Welcome to Raccoon City, she's played by an actress that happens to be biracial like myself in the times of black and white. With the most dominant races in the United States. Slave masters and the slaves themselves. Thank you very much. Then you got fucking Claire Whitfield, whose hair is not even a goddamn point. Oh, that's not a problem. The character that she's made to look girl boss. In the fucking game, she's not a girl boss. Who she saved her. Get down, Leon Scott King. That's the first thing he ever says to us to save him as out in both the emotional and the fucking way. What are we doing? Making him look like a punk and Claire's looking like trying to save his ass. She even says Jeremy Irons' character, not Jeremy, Chief Brian Irons, who actually, contrary to the fucking movie, in the game, him and Claire don't like each other because he's a pedophile and he kidnapped Sherry Boken, and you have to rescue Sherry Boken from orphanage in the remake of the game. And he holds Claire up gunpoint. They make him allies. Not only is it work, but it's completely out of context. That's why it's a terrible argument. Nobody said it got them. But now you wouldn't say this one. Stop doing it. Stop picking on certain things and excluding others. If you're gonna go all the way, make sure every single one. Just be honest. That's what the world wants. He wants you to be honest. Do you like the film?
It might have taken him 10 years to get there, but finally, a woke movie.
So it's not saying that
made
woke
money.
movies will make money in the future. They're saying that this woke movie bucked the trend of all woke movies.
Yeah, but do you think that's the lesson they're going to take from that?
Nope.
No.
Nah,
Yeah, try harder.
they're going to double down.
It's actually interesting because, like, if you look at this article, it's almost as if, you know, that mythological audience that they've been trying to chase for the past 10 years. Look, see, now Hollywood can say, like, they really do exist. Look at this Christopher Nolan movie. Full of,
I know,
full
but
of
those
DI,
are
full of all this
Nolanoids.
casting. Look at this. See, they are out there. We just have to make the movies better. They can
Like Christopher
still,
Nolan.
you know, include all of the diversity that they want. We can still do race swaps. The movies just have to be more, you know, quality movies.
Race swap, once again, then that movies I just mentioned, what's the Raccoon City, He-Man. Sorry, Masters of the Universe. They omitted the He-Man part for it. And Wicked. Wicked is a dead example of race swap. And I know they try to say, well, the witch is green. It don't fucking matter. She's played by the white woman on the play. The movie is not based on the goddamn show of the fucking old movie. This movie is based on the goddamn play that came before it. Not the fucking
And they'll make money.
Yeah, I mean, as dumb as we think executives are, I don't think they're saying, well, after 10 years, finally we figured out the woke formula. Let's start making woke movies again. You know, I think they know that this may be the one-off. Again, the majority of the ticket sales were pre-sales, so we didn't even.
I think
know.
you're giving them too much credit. Now. Like I don't think they're that smart, to be honest.
I don't think we're going to start getting a rash of woke movies because of this.
Well, they're not wrong. They're not wrong, right? Like, if Rings of Power was good, it would be a lot harder to talk shit on it. But it's not, because most of these people that do all these things don't have the ability to write things. But Chris Nolan, even on an off day, does. So he's the exception.
Yeah, I don't think they just greenlit season 4 of Rings of Power.
Because he doesn't write woke movies. Christopher Nolan doesn't write movie works. He writes movies for you to go see. He doesn't get into politics. Identity, gender, fucking race. Look, a long time ago, we used to make movies and we weren't all into this race swap bullshit. People just made movies. Michael Bay just made 24. But will people go back and say that's woke? Because Megan Fox's character was a girl by somehow. Because she happened to wake up the goddamn truck because Bumblebee got his fucking legs cut off because they didn't building for his legs. And he gives Sam the R-Spark. And Sam's wondering, what about your legs? But Megan Fox ties him to that fucking tow truck thing. And she's a girl boss now. She got in one-on-one with the fucking little droid. They could join them on the second movie. She actually fought against Quincy, the little thing that turned herself to a cell phone at the beginning. That's a girl boss now? What the fuck?
Because of the Odyssey. Trekkies, here's a fun one. Star Trek Voyager Across the Unknown puts you in command of the USS Voyager, stranded in the Delta Quadrant, where every decision shapes your journey home. From managing your crew to deciding how much Borg technology to embrace. It's a strategy game where your choices genuinely matter. The expansion pass is just launched, bringing 4 premium DLCs packed with new story missions, playable characters, ships, technologies, and more ways to experience the Delta Quadrant. Even if you've already played the game, there's plenty of new content to come, and buying the pass now is a better value than purchasing each DLC individually. And the first DLC...
Clearly. But let's just put all that to one side, right? Okay. And one person that you would think would have loved it was Emily Wilson. Now, you can probably tell where we're going to go with this. She didn't love it. But who is Emily Wilson? I hear you ask. Crying out, who is Emily Wilson? Well, Emily Wilson, okay, was... she interpreted, wrote, retranslated the Odyssey, right? Homer's works. She's a feminist. She's a renowned feminist. She has interpreted his works and bastardized them. Now, it was actually her works that Christopher Nolan based The Odyssey on, and she does not like it. Funny, right? I think that's hilarious. I think that is really funny. Genuinely comical. So, I was on a podcast yesterday, at the time of recording this, on the 21st of July. I was on a podcast yesterday, actually, with an Athenian philosopher, Stelios. I was on the Lotus Eaters, and he, he's a Greek, he's an Athenian, an actual, professor level philosopher, right? Genuinely high tier academia, and he ripped apart the Odyssey, absolutely destroyed it, absolutely ripped it apart. But obviously he's Greek as well, and he was familiar with Emily Wilson's interpretation of the original works, and he thinks she didn't get it either, right? And so now then you got Nolan coming along, basing everything that he did on that work, the Emily Wilson work, and just apparently just missing the point of Homer's works, Emily Wilson's works, and any other adaptation out there, any other interpretation out there. Mental. Actually mental. So this is Emily Wilson. Physiognomy checks out. Nolan's The Odyssey fails to impress the woman who inspired it. Yeah. The woman who actually, translated, interpreted the version which Nolan based it all on. Actual madness. So check this out. If even Emily Wilson wasn't impressed with Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, something went sideways. Yeah. So Wilson isn't coming from some random right-wing chud. She's the author of the 2017 translation that Nolan himself cited as inspiration. Now that's true. He's gone on record and stated, yeah, this is my inspiration. So in an Associated Press interview published during the film's opening weekend, she said that the film left her unsatisfied, which is, again, very, very funny. Wilson was quoted as saying she had, quote, the sense that Christopher Nolan was trying to pack everything in whilst missing the themes that were essential to the poem. Now that is actually true. If you've read the original poem and sort of understand it, loads of people, it's so funny when you start talking about stuff, people are like, you don't know anything about it, you're just doing this because you've looked at stuff now. It's like, mate, people can have other interests. Do you know that I build cars? You probably wouldn't know that, judging by the fact that, well, you might know that based on that, but you might not know that based on the fact I talk movies. We can have other interests outside of this very one-dimensional purview that you witness on the internet. But so if you're familiar with the original works, right, Homer's original works, there are pretty key.
Why are you not talking about cars? Why are you talking about movies? Why don't you just focus on cars? That's your thing.
Thematic elements, which again, I'll leave the video, actually, the podcast segment, linked down below, because it was, again, with an Athenian philosopher. If anyone can articulate it better than I can, or in any meaningful way, it's going to be him. So do go check it out. It's a good interview. You can see me in a suit as well. So anyway, point is, Nolan missed it, and Wilson's like, yeah, no, he missed it, but he also missed her idea of the interpretation. Mental. Actually mental. So funny. And as this article says, that's not nitpicking, that's the expert telling you the meaning of the legend didn't survive Nolan's adaptation. Not the expert. Okay, not the expert, but, you know, at least the expert of what Nolan was inspired by, because it's literally her works. So undoubtedly, that's not the response the studio was hoping for. Emily Wilson made history in 2017 as the first woman to publish an English translation of Homer's The Odyssey, reframing the epic poem with a celebrated modern poetic style. Yeah, so completely missing the point. She works as a classical studies professor at the University of Pennsylvania, and her 2017 work served as a direct inspiration for Christopher Nolan's adaptation, but instead of a full endorsement, she gave it a cautious recommend, albeit with a list of caveats. So the AP goes on to report that other scholars and writers have been voicing the same concern, while they praise the scale, visuals and ambition. When it comes to the heart of the story, the very reason it's lasted for thousands of years, the film goes sideways. Wilson described Nolan's messaging in the film, condemning both war and physical cowardice, as incoherent. Odysseus isn't the clever, sharp-talking survivor anymore. He's another Nolan character, weighed down, stuck in his own head, and agonising over his past decisions. That may have worked in another movie, but obviously not. That's just not the heart of the original poem. So as the AP points out, the critics note that Matt Damon's take on Odysseus has been stripped of his core defining traits and reshaped into a more familiar modern character who struggles with PTSD and guilt. The clever trickster is gone, and in his place is someone far more serious, sullen and conflicted, and ultimately less interesting. He was also very singularly minded, right? Like in the poem, he was like, no, I'm going to get back home. He never forgets his mission of getting back home, like, ever. That's the lotus flower? Nope. Calypso kept him hostage in the original, and basically just raped him. So completely inversion of that in Nolan's, but okay. So anyway, another change Nolan made followed the same pattern. The gods were mostly pushed aside, which is again just not true in the original stuff. So Penelope's role is reduced so much that, as Wilson, an outspoken feminist scholar, told the AP interview, it risks, quote, any possibility of believing in this marriage. And then there are the moments of pure manipulation, which Wilson calls out the movie's focus on Odysseus' dog, saying everybody's a sucker for a dog. Yeah, well, the dog was definitely the star of the show. But I mean, in fairness, the dog does have pretty key lines in the original works as well. Not, it doesn't speak, sorry, as in like reference to the dog. There are pretty key lines. And there's actually really important stuff. His interaction with the dog does die. He is supposed to wipe away a tear very, very carefully and cautiously so no one sees it. Like, it is, the dog is there in the original works. So anyway, her nitpicks actually say a lot. Nolan's film knows how to get a reaction, but it doesn't earn those reactions the way the original does. Hollywood likes to call this trend of things bold, woke or subversive, but actually it's just safe, which is very, very true. So also worth noting what Wilson doesn't mention. So AP interview keeps her focused on the text, themes and story structure, but she doesn't seem to share any other common complaints that have been floating around, which is fair enough. She's probably getting a massive kickback. She recommends it, but obviously, yeah, probably the fact that she's picking up part in terms of the actual main themes, very, very comical. Very, very comical. So yeah, he just didn't get it. Anyway, do check out that podcast link down below. It's a good segment. So. Not that I said much, but do go check it out. Anyway, if you're new here and you made it this far, it's the end of the video. It's just a bit of fun. I just saw this. I was like, that's comical. I've got to share this, haven't I? Really? But yeah, do hit subscribe because you're here at the end. So obviously you enjoyed it if you're new here. Leave your thoughts down below. Take care. Bye bye now.
Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey hit theaters on July 17th, 2026, written and directed by Christopher Nolan for Universal at a cost of $250 million production budget. It is the first feature film in the history of the medium shot end to end on 70mm IMAX film. It runs 172 minutes, and I spent 90 of those minutes checking how much runtime was left. This is a beautiful movie about people I never came to care about, and it is betting that if we just keep moving, you won't notice the flaws or be able to ask critical questions. I'm the real-life Fake Wizard, and this is a Fake Wizard's review of The Odyssey. If this video brings you any value, hit the subscribe button, as we're posting lots of reviews every single week. Nolan has been building towards this spectacle since 2008, when The Dark Knight became the first Hollywood movie to put action sequences on IMAX cameras. Every film since has handed more of the runtime over to the IMAX format. This movie, while being a Christopher Nolan adaptation of The Odyssey, is less about the Odyssey itself, debatably. This movie is the ultimate flag posting for Hollywood. The IMAX move, the casting direction, the changes to the story, the controversies surrounding the film, all of that is exterior. People care about everything around the movie, so we're going to try and talk about what's inside the movie in just a moment. When you think about the foundations of old Hollywood, Hollywood was built on the backs of epics. It was after making these epics in the 50s and 60s that people developed a reverence for Hollywood. 10 Commandments, Spartacus, Ben-Hur, and personally, I think Lawrence of Arabia in 1962 was the final epic of that style. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be until Star Wars and Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jaws, the Spielberg era, that things really kind of exploded back into being epic. But it was a different kind of epic. Nolan's The Odyssey is meant to be at the level of Ben-Hur and Lawrence of Arabia. It is meant to be an epic like that. But what I found, like this movie, is that they keep telling us things without proving them. Perhaps. The story is what you know. Odysseus wins the Trojan War with a wooden horse and then spends a decade failing to get home. The film opens on him washed up on an island where a nymph named Calypso keeps him sedated on lotus flowers so he cannot remember who he is. Back in Ithaca, because we're Greeks from Ithaca, his wife Penelope is holding off a palace full of suitors while his son Telemachus goes looking for a father he has never met. The film cuts between these 2 or 3 groups while Odysseus talks his way back through the voyage with Calypso. Nolan's Odyssey splits down the middle right around the 90-minute mark. The front half is Odysseus recounting his voyage to a woman on a beach. The back half is Matt Damon completing the journey home. The second half of this film is satisfying. Sure, I liked it very much. And whereas in the first half we were spending time with Tom Holland and Anne Hathaway and John Barenthal, all the supporting cast, right? Well, here in part 2, Matt Damon is the clear full focus, and the movie is a lot more interesting and a lot more compelling. And that's a problem. The front half is a slog. Odysseus and his men are lost at sea for years, and they make sure you feel all of those years. The story on screen suffers from and then syndrome, which is very boring. They fight the Cyclops, and then they run away, and then they fight the witch, and then they leave, and then they fight the armored dudes from the posters, and then they run away, and then until part 2. Now, in the comments, you might say, Wizard, they fought the Cyclops and the witch in the source material. Yes, they did. But in the source material, there was more time spent with each circumstance that caused them to go from one event to the next event, instead of just and then. The Odyssey is a Monster of the Week structure stretched to prestige feature film length. The first 20 minutes of dialogue is extremely difficult to understand. The sound mixing is atrocious. The music is just not even very good. This is a movie made for subtitles. The soundtrack is loud ambient bursts instead of a proper orchestral score. Half of a good movie is a bad movie with a good ending. Which further brings me to the men on the voyage of the Odyssey. I don't care at all about Odysseus's men. The film never gives you a reason to. They get names, they get deaths, and the deaths are staged as if these guys are important. And I felt nothing, because the film didn't give me a reason to care about them. Towards Act 2, there is a moment where the witch says that deep down all of these men are pigs, even after turning them into pigs. You know, it's the men are pigs kind of trope. There is no rebuttal to that, to like disprove her. Throughout the entire film, you don't find yourself rooting for these men because they're not given a reason to be rooted for. They are insubordinate the entire time. They don't listen to their commanding officer. They cause trouble for themselves and others. And it's like, yeah, okay, in the poem there's a mutiny and their fates are sealed because of it. But here, it would have been stronger to give us a reason to care about them before that point to make the mutiny more tragic. In this case, you're just excited that they're gone because they're out of the way, because they were annoying for 90 minutes. But perhaps the reason I didn't care about the crew is because in this film, because of it. But here, it would have been stronger to give us a reason because they're not given a reason to be rooted for. They are, which says that deep down all of these men are pigs, even after turning them into pigs. You know, it's the men are pigs kind of trope. There is no rebuttal to that, to like disprove her. Throughout the entire film, you don't find yourself rooting for these men because they're not given a reason to be rooted for. They are insubordinate the entire time. They don't listen to their commanding officer. They cause trouble for themselves and others. And it's
It's not their fault, it's Odysseus' fault. He's the one that's at fault, not his men. The only thing he blames his men for is for choosing to kill the cattle. That's apparently Apollo's cattle. But he even blames that on himself because all of this shit was happening because of him, his decision. This is how the gods punish him. But he has every little thing thrown at him, and then he has this prediction by the Hades guy, whatever his name is. Avoid the whirlpool. You choose the monster in the mountains. Only 6 of you will die. You choose between the whirlpool and the monster. Whirlpool kills all your men. Monster only 6. Obviously, he's gonna choose 6 because he's already fucked up enough. Okay, he didn't tell his men that because if they had told them that, they would have went for the whirlpool. So he purposely didn't tell them the whirlpool. He told them to go for the whirlpool because he knew they would avoid it. So they would do the opposite of what he told them to do. Yeah, they did disobey him, but he was counting on it. Because if he had told them about the fucking whirlpool, they would do the opposite of that. And went for the whirlpool. If we talk about the monster. And they said they were the drowning star. They were the stars and the drowning star, then that's because they choose to eat the cattle.
like, yeah, okay, in the poem there's a mutiny and their fates are sealed because of it. But here, it would have been stronger to give us a reason to care about them before that point to make the mutiny more tragic. In this case, you're just
They're soldiers. In what way are you going to give us to care about them? They are soldiers. The only one you care about is Odysseus. You don't even give a fuck about Sinai. He's the only soldier that, besides Odysseus, that you can care about, really, because he's given an arc, however small. The rest are not even his lieutenant.
excited that they're gone because they're out of the way, because they were annoying for 90 minutes. But perhaps the reason I didn't care about the crew is because in this film, you don't see the characters. You just see the actors. I sat in that theater for 3 hours and watched Matt Damon A production this expensive assembles a cast this famous because famous faces move tickets, and the price of that is that the faces must vanish into the characters. Only Robert Pattinson escapes into his role. He outperforms the entire cast here. Anne Hathaway, who is 13 years older than Tom Holland, never sells you for a single second on being, firstly, Tom Holland's mother, but also anything other than Anne Hathaway. Matt Damon plays Matt Damon. Zendaya plays Zendaya. Charlize Theron is Charlize Theron. And then there's John Barenthal. And I like John Barenthal, I do. He phones this one in so hard, however, that I came to a very sad conclusion. John Barenthal has the same acting range as Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. They play the same character in the same cadence in everything they're in. And I know that there are people online who are criticizing everyone for just sounding normal with no dialects, no voiceovers or anything, no special voices. And to their credit, it feels shockingly out of place to hear John Barenthal talking like, "Yeah, I'm the Punisher, and I'm also Menelaus. I'm a tough guy. I was on Hulu's The Bear. I'm John Barenthal." No, John, this is ancient Greece. It doesn't work here. Now, at 172 minutes, you'd think this film has time to breathe and to really work through all the scenes meticulously. This film seemingly sprints and also crawls. I don't know how they pulled it off. The scenes are flashing in front of your eyes, and yet nothing is happening, or you feel nothing, or things are happening, but it's all hard to care. I believe this is because of the 70mm IMAX hurdle. Chris Nolan said they had to film each shot in 3-minute increments, which means there is a cut every maximum 3 minutes. So we're constantly moving, but not necessarily going anywhere. We know that the source material demands that many of these scenes have significantly more context to them. Did that hit the cutting room floor because these IMAX movies must cap out at 3 hours?
Stop watching movies.
Possibly. Yes, the IMAX film projectors in the theaters can only fit 3 hours of movie in them maximum at a time. And I think the film suffered for this. Like earlier, we said that the men, like there was no reason to care about them at all. Then we look at the other characters. With Cersei the Witch, she turns the men into pigs in a very body horror-esque scene, and it looks like it was almost all prosthetics to make that happen, which was very cool, very impressive work there. But in the story, like that's a very serious act. It took a lot of effort from this witch to do that. There's a lot of meaning behind it. It makes very little sense that she would just undo it all because Odysseus asked her to, and then continues helping Odysseus with advice on what to do next in their adventure. Charlize Theron's Calypso holds a man in a chemical fog for 7 years, essentially assaulting him for all that time against his will, and we just gloss over that point, by the way. This man got Wonder Woman 84'd, and we just don't care. But that all just ends. He just leaves. There's no resolution for Calypso. There's hardly a reason for her to be included at all. Whereas in the source material, it is much more explained why things are happening. And that brings us to the obvious conclusion. When you look at the source material, the magic, the monsters, and the Greek gods, well, they're all present in whimsical fantasy. It helps you explain the plot a little bit better. It's the fantasy of the fantasy. You needed them for the plot. Removing them from this movie feels like removing puzzle pieces. And now there are all these holes in it that don't make sense. And that's only made worse by the Nolanfication of the film. Christopher Nolan has his own trope of going back and forth in time in his films. Sometimes it works. This movie spends most of the time recounting and explaining the past, and that's what we're watching with The Adventure. Do you remember Once Upon a Time, the live-action Disney show? Well, every episode in Once Upon a Time features something happening in present day, but needs to tell a story that happened in the past to make the current day conflict make more sense. I did not like it then, and I make the current day in present day, but needs to tell a story that happened in the past to make the current day
it explains why you're back. It doesn't really explain why, but it shows you what we're
holes in it that don't make sense, and that's only made worse by the Nolanfication of the film. Christopher Nolan has his own trope of going back and forth in time in his films. Sometimes it works. This movie spends most of the time recounting and explaining the past,
And that's
the oath. I'm sorry, the United States. What is it? You're black and you don't know how you make chocolate.
what we're watching with The Adventure. Do you remember Once Upon a Time, the live-action Disney show? Well, every episode in Once Upon a Time features something happening in present day, but needs to tell a story that happened in the past to make the current day conflict make more sense. I did not like it then, and I just don't care for it now. The bouncing back and forth with Odysseus telling Calypso the story just makes the missing pieces seem a little worse. It worked in Interstellar, don't get me wrong, but that's because Interstellar, the whole movie is fighting against time. With this movie, the staggering of plot is meant to deliver like a right hook when revelations are revealed, but because you're not emotionally attached to the characters, none of those reveals feel earned. The Odyssey is in theaters right now, and it's very hard to get IMAX tickets for it. It's not the worst movie of the year. It's not terrible beyond measure, but it's also not great. If it was more respectable to the audience's time, I might have rated it higher. I think 3 hours is way too long for this because it is a bore. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is a 5 out of 10. It's safe. It's more like a Odyssey, not an Odyssey. If you're going to see it, yeah, I say go for the IMAX because that's the whole experience that you're meant to get, and maybe you'll enjoy it. Bring earplugs because the sound mixing is offensive to the senses, but, you know, I like Matt Damon, I like Robert Pattinson, so maybe it wasn't all bad. It's not bad. It's not great. It's a movie. It's not an epic. But it's something, and that's about it. If this review brought you any value, hit the subscribe button, and that's only made worse by the Nolanfication of the film. Christopher Nolan has his own trope of going back and forth in time in his films. Sometimes it works. This movie spends most of the time recounting and explaining the past, and that's what we're watching with The Adventure. Do you remember Once Upon a Time, the live-action Disney show? Well, every episode in Once Upon a Time features something happening in present day, but needs to tell a story that happened in the past to make the current day conflict make more sense. I did not like it then, and I just don't care for it now. The bouncing back and forth with Odysseus telling Calypso the story just makes the missing pieces seem a little worse. It worked in Interstellar, don't get me wrong, but that's because Interstellar, the whole movie is fighting against time. With this movie, the staggering of plot is meant to deliver like a right hook when revelations are revealed, but because you're not emotionally attached to the characters, none of those reveals feel earned. The Odyssey is in theaters right now, and it's very hard to get IMAX tickets for it. It's not the worst movie of the year. It's not terrible beyond measure, but it's also not great. If it was more respectable to the audience's time, I might have rated it higher. I think 3 hours.
That's all the time. Those people live to watch movies. I don't give a fuck about your time. If you got something else you have to do, go ahead and by all means do it. Watch this movie when you have to. I know you're going to make time. See, there's a difference between making time and not having. These reviewers, they have to make time to watch it. You're getting paid to read. Don't talk to me about your time when you get paid for your time. That's what I gotta say. I'm paying you for your time. You ain't got shit to say about your time. Are you available to watch and read this movie? Yes. Like, look at how the guy in West View trailer said. He said, he pays double. They would probably offer double to a Lucasfilm. It's outside of the zone line. This is Christopher Nolan. Pays double. He's a cave. What the fuck are we doing? Don't talk to me about time. I want to listen to someone else. First of all, let's add this young gentleman. Let's save the playlist, do the Odyssey, and we're going to watch him.
Can't sleep.
Alright.
I saw the Odyssey been listening to a lot of critics and what they had to say about it, being Christian and being Orthodox, and listening to a lot of conservative critics, more than liberal critics. There's been a lot of mudslinging, been a lot of hatred, and I just don't think it's justified. It's a great movie. And if you know Homer, and if you've read the Iliad, if you've read the Odyssey, more than just reading it like in junior high, but really digging into it, and also reading a book by an author who wrote about the bicameral mind. And I view the Iliad and the Odyssey a beautiful story of God and what happened to that relationship because of Odysseus's trick. And life with the gods before deception and trickery, and what Odysseus did with that using reason, and life with the gods after. And the movie speaks to that, but doesn't speak to man's relationship in depth with God, his relationship with God before the trick. And if you haven't seen the movie, you can infer what the trick is. But it's a great movie. I can't stop thinking about it. For those people who are critics because of Nolan casting a transgender person or a black person as Helen of Troy, you need to stop. It's just not worth it. Nolan has a relationship with the actress or actor who plays, who's the transgender actor in the movie. Nolan casted her, he, she, I don't know what you would say, in Inception. She was the main character. So, casting this actor in the Odyssey isn't anything far-fetched because obviously they're friends.
Not friends.
And what's wrong with casting a transgender person to act? Even if you're frustrated because it's like, well, that's a female playing a male. It's like, well, it's an actor. Actors act and play roles that aren't in their nature per se. So that's like why aren't people complaining that the cast isn't all Greek? You know, that Odysseus isn't portrayed by an actual Greek. Why isn't anybody, up in arms with that? So that's just a lot of BS and unimportant. What's important is Nolan's attempt to suggest animal mind. Just look it up. Where to find it. I listened to it on Audible. It'll blow your mind. And then read the Iliad and the Odyssey. I enjoy listening to the Iliad and the Odyssey because it was just they got great narrators. It's such a classic tale, and listening and hearing the gods speak to man in the Iliad specifically is pretty cool. So, and what else? But great movie. It was just a great movie. And I don't have anything like negative to say about it. The cinematography was great. The music is mind-blowing. And I'm going to download that on Spotify because they used all ancient instruments from
That's what I'm mad at you.
that classic Greek.
I'm mad at him because why? Not because he's a reviewer, because he's
it really kind of gives you a sense of the golden age and understanding.
They don't want to do anything because why? Because everything's broke to you.
And you can.
You don't enjoy shooting more because you choose not to. It starts from getting out of Star Wars to getting out of everything else. He-Man, I wasn't even in that He-Man.
Of the Iliad and the Odyssey.
Watch it.
To a much
I wasn't. I
version.
I didn't start doing to it until when it came out with Star to read it. And keep in mind, the fucking sword was different compared. It didn't have a whole transformation.
Say about it. So, gonna be golfing with my son here.
Here's the thing. They didn't say anything about that. So I can't judge He-Man this or not because they didn't say anything about it.
Couldn't sleep. So I'm here.
Now they're talking about how much we can in here. It's like massive, you know, 3 minutes.
Good conversation with my son.
The truth of it is, looking past that, I was in trouble.
Miss him. Miss all my children.
Both of them below, but nobody said anything. You don't have a right to.
I love being Orthodox.
Defeat the very argument when you prove it, because if you think about all the woke movies, there were so many woke movies that we're not mentioning that have been going in disguise of this.
Well,
isn't it a matter of the vote? Here's the difference.
Lead to Constantinople.
Hey man, Rick, that's the English. Ricky.
If it wasn't for my Masonic roots.
And just an honest, they're not one of them.
A small piece.
We cast a mixed individual movies. She's obviously Irish. Oh, Hale's dead. You don't know mixed people come out. Look at mine. Oh, Hale's dead. Everybody's sick.
To our final destination without
because it doesn't matter.
Even knowing. Pretty awesome. Thanks for listening.
That would tell you not to make sense of petty hatred. That's what women do. What are you, 50?
I promised 2 people I would see Nolan's Odyssey with them.
He had a show and you didn't?
Everyone's talking about Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, and in this video I want to explore the disturbing theory that has made me rethink the entire movie. The theory that all the fantastical elements, the magic, the gods, the monsters, aren't real. Not even within the universe of the story. They simply exist within the mind of the central character, Odysseus. That's the theory. When it was announced that Christopher Nolan, of all people, was adapting The Odyssey, we were wondering how he would approach it. Would this be the first of his movies to grapple explicitly with the spiritual realm? The relationship between heaven and earth, with the gods up above and the chaotic waters and beasts down below, and humanity caught in between? Would Nolan bring to life that vivid cosmology of Homer's poem? Or, in keeping with much of his previous work, would he do away with the fantastical elements entirely? Well, the result is somewhere in between. Many of the fantastical elements are certainly depicted, but Nolan opens up the possibility that they are imaginary. The text on screen right at the start of the movie says, "In a time of apparent magic, ... So right from the outset, Nolan wants us to question what we're seeing. And that's an idea that he keeps coming back to in his movies. Here's actor Tom Holland, who plays Telemachus in the movie.
This is only my interpretation. I haven't actually spoken to Chris about this. To me, the way I see the film is that Telemachus and Penelope represent the reality of the story.
Yeah.
And Odysseus' side of the story, Matt's side of the story, represents the myth.
Yeah.
And this humongous game of telephone that has been played with this text, it wasn't written down for hundreds of years. There was a dark period in ancient Greece where no one would write anything down, so they would sing the song.
Yeah.
You're never quite sure on what is reality and what is someone recounting a story and then another person recounting a story and slightly changing a detail, and all of a sudden 10 stories down the line it was a cyclops that they were fighting in a cave rather than a giant dude who wore an eye patch. You know, is kind of how I imagined that story grew. So to me, what I love about the creative choices that Chris has made on that side of the story is that he's kind of pushed the boundaries of what might be deemed historically accurate or reality, because that is the myth.
And he says that's his interpretation, not necessarily Nolan's. But let's try it on for size. It's true that what happens in Ithaca with Penelope and Telemachus and the suitors, that feels more grounded and everyday. But let's focus on the voyage of Odysseus, his convoluted journey back to Ithaca, where most of the potentially fantastical elements are concentrated. The historian Tom Holland, who's the one interviewing the actor Tom Holland in this video, he argues that even within Homer's original poem, there's a sense that the voyage takes Odysseus further and further away from tangible reality.
And I think that again is true to what Homer is doing in the Odyssey.
Exactly.
Because Odysseus, his first adventure, he sacks a city, and that's the kind of thing that people did. And then he moves on to the Cyclops story, which the Greeks said, well, that is set in Sicily. So even though it involves a giant with one eye, which is obviously mad, right? The Greeks said, well, it happened in this particular place. And then he starts going to really strange places that are clearly outside the order of the mortal, and he ends up in the land of the dead. Matt Damon is off meeting these weird things, and they get weirder and weirder and weirder as it goes on. I think that's why the film works brilliantly as an adaptation of Homer.
And the journey culminates, of course, with Odysseus washing up on the island of Calypso, the nymph. He is the sole survivor of his crew, and he's still far from home. And it's actually this part of the movie that made me question everything the most, because it bears a striking resemblance to a sequence from one of Nolan's earlier movies, Inception. In Inception, Dom Cobb and his wife Marl enter a deep dream state, limbo. And because time passes much faster in the dream realm, they end up spending 50 years down there. During that time, they build an entire city, incorporating all the houses from their past.
When we wound up on the shore of our own subconscious, we lost sight of what was real. We built the world for ourselves. We did that for years. We built our own world.
How long were you stuck there?
Something like 50 years.
It's a kind of nostalgic fantasy world that they construct just for the two of them, detached from reality. But eventually Cobb wants to leave because he knows it's not real. I'm going to play the clip and see if you can spot the similarities to Nolan's portrayal of Calypso's island in the Odyssey.
How could you stand it?
It wasn't so bad at first feeling like gods. The problem was knowing that none of it was real. Eventually, it just became impossible for me to live like that.
And what about for her?
She had locked something away, something deep inside her. A truth that she had once known, but chose to forget. Limbo became her reality.
As I was watching the movie and as I picked up on this connection, I was like, Nolan, you cheeky man. Because in his film, Odysseus and Calypso are in an almost identical predicament to Cobb and Marl from Inception. Stay tuned, because as we dive into that comparison, it might just change how you see the entirety of Nolan's Odyssey. Hey, can I let you in on a secret? as I seek out the niche movies I cover on this channel, I tend to find myself subscribing to lots of different online streaming services. And I sometimes forget to cancel them. Each time, that means I lose some money that could have been much better spent. For instance, on the short films I'd like to make for this channel. Over time, those few dollars here and there really start to add up. And I'm sure I'm not the only one in this predicament. We all have so many different subscriptions nowadays that it can be difficult to keep track of where all your money is going. And that's why I'm so excited to tell you about today's sponsor, Rocket Money. Rocket Money is a personal finance app. And if you sign up to it, you can get a bird's eye view of all your subscriptions and expenses, making it much easier for you to cancel the things you no longer need. So far, Rocket Money has saved its customers a collective total of over $880 million in cancelled subscriptions alone. But it offers so much more than that. Its other features include the option to upload your bills, like mobile and internet, and Rocket Money can negotiate a lower fee for you. Do you want to join over 10 million other members of Rocket Money and save more today? Rocket Money is free to download, but you can get a free premium trial when you sign up with my link. Go to rocketmoney.com/ThomasT or scan the QR code. I'll also include the link in my description below. Back to the video. So the comparison between Nolan's Odyssey and his earlier film Inception. Well, like the deep dream state of Inception, Calypso's island is a kind of limbo. It's a distant land, it's beautiful and seemingly endless. Odysseus and Calypso aren't married, of course. His real-life Penelope is back in Ithaca. But Calypso does fall in love with him, and she feeds him the lotus flower to numb his pain. The pain of the Trojan War, the pain of losing his men, the pain of being separated from his wife and son, his true home. So I guess like Marl, Calypso wants to keep her beloved alongside her in this state of artificial bliss, detached from reality. And at first, so does Odysseus. He willingly eats the lotus flower, almost as a medicine for his PTSD. But eventually, he wants to be confronted with the truth once again. Calypso's island is pleasurable, but something's missing, and he knows it. She warns him that if he stops eating the flower, his happiness might be destroyed, and he says, well then it's not real happiness. He wants the truth, however painful it might be. Cobb expresses a very similar sentiment in Inception.
The problem was knowing that none of it was real. Eventually, it just became impossible for me to live like that.
As Odysseus stops taking the lotus flower, he starts to wake up from this limbo and remember. He remembers his perilous voyage, and he remembers that he has a wife and son back home. But the story is told from his perspective. And how reliable is that perspective? As we've seen, he's been heavily drugged by Calypso with that lotus flower, meaning that the trip we're shown in the movie could be a trip in both senses of the word, a drug trip. And therefore, what if all the fantastical elements we see are actually artifacts, hallucinations, embellishments of his own imagination? It's certain that the voyage was perilous enough for him to lose all his men, but as for the specifics, who knows? Was the Cyclops real? Or, as the actor Tom Holland suggests, was it just a giant man with an eye patch? Were the Lystragonians also actual giants? Or were they just an especially fearsome army that became bigger in Odysseus's imagination? Was Circe really a witch who turned his men into pigs? Or did she just convince him that his men were like pigs? Did Odysseus really meet his fallen comrades in Hades? Or was he just haunted by their memory? Were the sirens real? Or did they simply express a longing for home that couldn't be satisfied, enough to drive a man mad? Was Charybdis really a monstrous whirlpool, or was it just a whirlpool? Were Odysseus's men really killed by Poseidon as a judgment for slaughtering the sun god's cattle? Or did Odysseus just happen to be the sole survivor of a storm at sea? The film certainly opens the door to that interpretation, more so than Homer's original. In Homer's telling, the lotus flowers that make Odysseus forget his home, they feature much earlier in the voyage, on the island of the Lotophagi, the Lotus Eaters. But Nolan has moved this flower to the island of Calypso, towards the end of the voyage. And I think the effect of that is to make us question Odysseus's memory of the entire voyage.
Touching on that then, I thought maybe we could talk about Nolan the materialist. You know, how the film opens with, in a time of apparent magic. I thought, that's a bit on the nose. Having seen the film, I look back now and I think it's not set in an enchanted world for Nolan. It's a materialistic world. Because of the non-linear narrative of the Odyssey, everything fantastical that happens to Odysseus is through someone else's storytelling. So Menelaus recounting to Telemachus, but also Odysseus crucially recounting to Calypso after being drugged on lotus plants. I think for Nolan, the Cyclops and all the monsters and everything are trips and dreams. And so the whole story, I think, for Nolan is a materialistic one.
I mean, you could argue that one potentially fantastical element, even in Ithaca, is the bow that only Odysseus can fire. Although I suppose you could have a materialistic explanation of that. Yeah, or designed it in such a way that it requires a very specific technique to do it. We still have the goddess Athena appearing to Odysseus even when he returns to Ithaca, long after he stops taking the flower. But again, Nolan makes us question the nature of her existence. She has the same face as a Trojan civilian who was slaughtered by the army of Odysseus. She was a priestess of Athena's temple in Troy. When Odysseus finally remembers this, Athena disappears and we don't see her again. The implication is that the Athena in the movie simply represents his regret for the Trojan horse and the destruction it caused. So returning to that theory, are the fantastical elements in Nolan's Odyssey real or entirely illusory? I don't think the film gives a definitive answer, but in typical Nolan fashion, it does force you to question everything. Here's what the
thing is, he won't face what he actually did. He broke whatever was sacred between men in order to accomplish the end. Because deep down he was trying to save his son Telemachus because he thought that Anonymon, whatever his name was going to kill his son because he killed his own daughter for political ends. If he had not went on this 10-year voyage to get into the motherfucking Trojan home, that's all he would do is get into the fucking to get into the walls, take them. Because what they need to do is they need access to the trade routes. The whole idea is, you know, it's not even about Helen and Troy. That was a lie. The Trojan horse was a lie too. Agamemnon is willing to lie to his own people just so he can get access to trade routes. He lied to them about Helen and Troy. He's been lying about the fucking Trojan horse. And the thing is, Odysseus sees through them, he knows the truth. He knows Agamemnon. But the thing is he won't face himself because he gave in to Agamemnon's idea. Just to protect his son.
Disguised Odysseus confesses to his wife Penelope. What if the Odysseus you knew lost his way? What if, one night, in a strange city, he saw things that made him think the home he knew couldn't possibly be there anymore? What if, when he left the belly of the horse and opened the gates of Troy, he saw 10 years of rage pour into that city in one night?
Yeah, 10 years ago.
Troy, he saw 10 years of rage pour into that city in one night. We left them a gift, an offering of peace that they took into their home. We violated all that's ever sacred between people. It turned a fight into a hunt. To burn the walls of Troy was to burn the world entire, including his home. What if he knew that very night, as he walked through fires, anarchy and pain, and in a daze of sweaty celebrations that follow, what if he knew exactly what he'd done? And Penelope says, what all of you had done. It wasn't just Odysseus, it was his men too. But Odysseus takes personal responsibility. He says, it was one man's idea, one man's trick to break Zeus's law forever. We lived in a world of palaces and trade, language, blind to its beauty, until we broke it. And Penelope says, you are the people from the sea. Yes, my queen.
We live in a world of policies which so they traded, they didn't just steal. But she's looking at the old, like, alien that they were secure or whatever. They hunted each other, then mankind got to the point of, well, let's just trade for them. Just make it more civilized. But they did that. They became blind to the beauty of that, to the rugby. Let's see. Yes, breaking this is last wedding up. Our age of bonds is collapsing.
The breaking of Zeus's law spreading like plague. Our age of bronze is collapsing, and maybe he couldn't bear to see the ruins of what he'd done. Anywhere. Least of all, his home. And people are connecting this monologue to Nolan's previous film, Oppenheimer. Nolan seems to see the Trojan horse as a kind of ancient equivalent to the atomic bomb. An ingenious, unprecedented agent of destruction. And once unleashed for the first time, the genie is out of the bottle. Odysseus, like Oppenheimer, now lives with the burden of what he has unleashed. Now, I don't know whether you like Nolan's telling or not. His Odysseus is certainly very different to Homer's. Homer depicted a Bronze Age warrior on a quest for glory. A man who was proud of the Trojan horse. It was a great military victory. But Nolan gives Odysseus a kind of post-World War II Christian or post-Christian conscience. He regrets the Trojan horse. This comment on my channel puts it beautifully. Nolan's biggest change isn't the plot or to Christianity, but Nolan gives Odysseus a kind of post-World War II Christian or post-Christian conscience. He regrets the Trojan horse. This comment on my channel puts it beautifully. Nolan's biggest change isn't the plot. It's turning Odysseus from a hero chasing glory into a man haunted by the moral cost of victory. Lots of people have been blaming Nolan's departure from the source material on the fact that he was mostly inspired by Emily Wilson's translation of Homer's text. And that is a rather controversial translation because, among other things, it emphasizes gender and power dynamics in the story. Now, no translation is perfect, but it's a fair question. Was Emily Wilson, to some degree, reading some of her own modern concerns into Homer's text? We can have that conversation. However, it is unfair to blame her if you don't like Nolan's movie, because it seems that she too isn't a fan of Nolan's movie. Check out this interview.
I'm not sure if I see it as an entirely anti-war film, but it certainly presents us with an Odysseus who feels very bad about certain things that he's done in war and is struggling to process them in a very, I would say, very modern psychiatrized way. And he's struggling to process them and needs drugs to do so for help with his recovery.
Right.
And he seems to feel bad about being a warrior, and we never actually get to see him doing much warrioring, which I thought in a way was a bit of a shame. I mean, we do get to see the bow, which is lovely. There's a tolerance for ambiguity in the world of the Odyssey, which I don't think there exactly is in the world of Hollywood blockbuster action films.
Right.
And I think that's one of the big challenges for Nolan, right?
Yeah.
Is that he tolerance for ambiguity in the world of the Odyssey, which I don't think there exactly is in the world of Hollywood blockbuster action films.
Right.
And I think that's one of the big challenges for Nolan, right?
Yeah.
Is that he has to make the protagonist a likable all-American hero,
right?
Which is a real challenge if you're basing this on a poem where the hero is not necessarily motivated by romantic love or being a nice suburban parent, but actually he wants glory and he wants to get spoils from the sack of a city, which is, you'll see what Nolan does with all of that, but it's different things from what Homer does.
Right.
I kept looking in vain for a sense that this was a film about glory. I think it's a film that has some interest in shame, but I don't think it has any interest in glory.
Personally, I found Nolan's telling to be a powerful, if flawed, cinematic meditation on the cost of war. And I think if you take it in that manner, you'll probably enjoy it. If you're expecting an authentic telling of the Odyssey that really puts you in the mind of a pagan Bronze Age warrior, you'll probably be disappointed. And as you might expect from the perspective I take on this channel, I've been trying to process the difference between those two mindsets theologically. It's really interesting. Homer in the Odyssey is not telling a good versus evil story. That wasn't really a thing in much of ancient Greek thinking. The Odyssey is really an order versus chaos story. And Odysseus travels from the chaos of his voyage back to stability in Ithaca. Whereas Nolan is telling the Odyssey with more of a good versus evil perspective. And the evil within his telling is kind of the monstrous evil within Odysseus and his men that is unleashed during war. But that's the clash. That's what Emily Wilson was picking up on. That's what much of the critique of the film has been picking up on. You know, Homer, writing around 3,000 years ago in the Iliad and the Odyssey, he doesn't have much of a distinction between the gods and the daemons. You see destructive properties in all of his characters, whether they are gods or men. And this is how a lot of ancient Greek thinking works. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher, writing see destructive properties in all of his characters, whether they are gods or men. And this is how a lot of ancient Greek thinking works. Heraclitus, the Greek philosopher, writing a bit later, he said, "All things are beautiful, good, and right. Men, on the other hand, deem some things wrong and some things right." And that kind of moral relativism, it's all a matter of human opinion, that's precisely what early Christian writers were railing against. So Justin Martyr, he said, "The worst evil of all is to say that neither good nor evil is anything in itself, but that they are only matters of human opinion." So it seems that what the Judeo-Christian tradition has brought into the world is a real sense of wanting to have a problem with evil and say that the evil isn't just non-ideal, it's not just a matter of human opinion, but it is a genuine perversion of good, and we need to name it as being wrong with a capital W. And it's safe to say that Christopher Nolan is working much more within the Christian or post-Christian mindset than the ancient Greek mindset. And I put this question to Dr. Nathan Jacobs, who is a filmmaker with multiple degrees in theology. Here's what he has to say about the transition from Greco-Roman morality to Christian morality.
It's intriguing to me that among so much of the pagan philosophy, as you pointed out, it's not clear that you actually have a good and evil, right? And I think it's in Hesiod that you start to get hints of it, right? That perhaps I would defy even the gods for the sake of this higher justice, right? Something like that. And so now it's sort of this question of what is that, right? This thing that's above the gods. But one of the things that starts to emerge is the fork in the road amongst these ancient philosophers between what you might call a providentialist, what I call a providentialist, and a non-providentialist. So a providentialist believes that the world is ordered by something like a mind. And in that sense, there is some organizing supreme mind or word or love, right? They all name it different things, that gives structure and harmony to the world and moves it towards its proper formation. And then you had others who are like, no, it's just chaotic matter in motion, and what we call good and evil is just pleasure and pain. And the prominent position becomes the providentialist position. The Epicureans, who represented the other position, were kind of sneered at as like, that's ridiculous. How could you possibly believe that all of this is just chaotic atoms falling and randomly coalescing? That's ridiculous, right? They couldn't possibly entertain it. And so that notion of not just our guys versus your guys, or I'm on this side and they're on that side, or I like this person and therefore I'm rooting for them, but actually saying this one is right and this one is wrong, this one is good, this one is evil, was something that is really the inheritance of the philosophers. And that's one of the reasons why, to no surprise, then the pagan providentialists who believe in that start to end up in conversation with Jews like in Alexandria, and then Christians, you know, who are basically all providentialists, who all believe this. And now all of a sudden the discussions are in-house discussions. Is this being personal or is this being not personal? Does this being have a son that he sent into the world? You know, did he give us any sort of laws and reveal himself to us? I think you're right that the movement toward sort of very objective good and evil, it is something that is certainly true of Christianity. It's something that was sort of moving toward within the pagan philosophers. The unique contribution of Christianity was that not only is there an objective good, but that objective good is the thing that gives rise to everything. And for that reason, everything that exists is good in its original state. And evil is not a second principle. It's not an additive principle. It's not a second God. It has no reality of its own. It is always a shadow existence. It's always a twisting of something that's good, a distortion of something that's good, a privation of something that's good, a corruption of something that's good. But it is never its own substantive reality. It's always a cancer, right? Or a parasite.
And C.S. Lewis kind of picks up on that with his famous argument, doesn't he, that how can a man call a line crooked if he has no idea of a straight line?
Exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Well, there we go. I hope you found that as fascinating as I did. I don't think Nolan's telling of the Odyssey is completely disenchanted. It's implicitly appealing to some rather Christian ideas about the intrinsic value of all human beings, including the enemy Trojans. That's a different theological foundation to Homer's poem, but it is a theological foundation nonetheless. I'll link to that full conversation I had with Nathan Jacobs below. It was absolutely fascinating. I learned so much from him. And I've got another conversation with him coming out on the channel about what makes a good story. And what he shares in that, probably the most eye-opening insights on storytelling that I have ever heard. So do subscribe if you'd like to stay in the loop with that and all my other videos. Got plenty more video essays like this one coming out in future. My name's Thomas Thorogood. I get into the deeper meaning of movies. Thank you so much for watching. And remember, it's deeper than you think.
We got references.
I was contacted by an Orthodox priest. He's telling
I'm tired of